All right, hello and welcome everybody. We're early today. It is 2 minutes after 9 a.m. my time, New York time, on the 25th of December, 2022. We are on the 15th episode of ScriptChat. Yes, 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 I know I'm live. Thank you. Email. It's hard to believe that we've done 15 of these already, and still I feel like we barely scratched the surface. So, it's Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hopefully you're all done unwrapping your presents or watching your kids unwrap your presents if you're my age or older, I guess, or even younger. We got a Christmas special for you today. I'm really looking forward to putting it together. It's a simple map. We've started a little bit early today, and by a little bit I mean a lot. We started essentially 3 or 4 hours early. 3 hours early, technically. Um, and we're going to do Santa's Workshop. We're going to do Santa's Workshop. I know that sounds complicated, but it doesn't have to be. And it's a nice, it's got some nice concepts in it. I think you guys will learn a lot if you decide to script along with us, which hopefully you will. You don't have to make Santa's Workshop if it makes you feel cold. Maybe it's really cold where you are and you want to make Santa's Paradise instead. So you want to put all of the palm trees and the desert and the jungle in there. You're more than welcome to. But I'm going to be making a North Pole themed map that has Santa's Workshop in it. And I think that you're really going to enjoy. So let's get started here. Let's not waste any more time talking. I have to go to Christmas dinner. I have to leave around in about 4.5 hours. So we're going to try to get everything done. But I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. We'll see. Depends on how much something decides to fight me. So we're here in the folder. Looks like we got our creation from last time. Random lakes, and I did bring that up for reference, but I'm not going to copy the code from that. We're gonna rewrite everything unless we're running out of time. So we'll come in here and we'll copy this and paste, and then we will rename this, and we will rename this Polar Brawl. I don't know. Does that sound Christmassy enough? And then we'll rename this Polar Brawl as well. There we go. So now we should be able to see it. So we come in here and see if we can generate it. Hopefully you guys slept well last night. Santa Claus didn't wake you up in the middle of the night. He's pretty quiet where I live, but the cat actually kept me up. Even though he was a good kitty and he didn't complain or anything like that. Alright, here we go. Polar Brawl. So let's hit generate on that. And as you can see, it's the same lakes map that we remember developing earlier. Alright, yeah, that's fine. So we'll go in and we'll modify this. But we know that it can find it. Alright, so let's open her up. Excuse me for just one second here. Alright, I'm back. So, alright. So here's Polar Brawl. We literally just copied everything. Let's comment a lot of this stuff out. Actually, you know what? We'll move it all to the bottom here. And we'll change the header to Polar Brawl. There we go. And today is Christmas Day, 12/25/22, and this is a ScriptChat lesson. So I think we're going to we'll get rid of this, get rid of that. Really, actually, we'll begin the comment, and then at the end we'll place another comment. And anything that we need, we'll check down here first. So now, all that stuff should be commented out. So when we hit generate, we should just have a standard blank sheet, which is a great place to start. It can be very hard to do a painting on top of another painting. It's usually better to start with a blank canvas. So now when we hit generate on Polar Brawl, we should have nothing. Okay, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So let's go and add our sections back in. So we're going to need player setup. We're going to need land generation. We're going to need elevation generation. We're going to need terrain generation. We're going to need objects generation. Oh, but before that we need connection generation. Yes. There we go. Okay. So, our story is going to begin in the land generation section first. Now, I think what we're going to do, hear me out, we're going to have Santa's workshop in the center of the map, or a series of workshops in the center of the map, on some land, and then we're going to have a ring of mountains around that, and then around that we'll have a little bit more normal forest type terrain, and then on the very outside of that we're going to have some water, so you can dock and make fishing ships, because it's not the North Pole if there isn't freezing cold water surrounding it. Now I know technically the North Pole doesn't have mountains or forests, it's just one big ice sheet. But I like to imagine that this is some northern Canadian island instead. And that'll be close enough, right? I mean, Santa Claus doesn't have to literally live at the North Pole. He can just live close enough to the North Pole where no one will go and disturb his workshop and scare all the elves and everything like that. He doesn't have to worry about some unscrupulous individual heading up there and stealing all of his candies and tools and wood and all the valuables that Santa's got to make all these things. Alright, so we need to do first things first, right? We need to put down create land. And we are going to say that this land should be bound by borders. I think that is the best way of doing it. So we got top border, and we'll say that it's bound 45. Bottom border, again avoiding the bottom border of the map by 45%. Right border, 45. And left border, 45. Oh! There's one more thing, actually. Let me comment this out. we got to put down a base terrain first. Now, this is going to be a northern Canadian island that we're going to call the North Pole. We can't have grass like this. This is too lush and green and happy. The North Pole is a very inhospitable place. The whole point of Santa's workshop is an oasis of warmth and hospitality in a very otherwise unforgiving landscape. So we got to totally make this something different. So we're going to put down as our base terrain, I think, non-navigable gravel beach. So we're going to put down base terrain, non-navigable gravel beach. And let me just check here. Yeah. So just like that. And we're going to define it NNGB. And we've already defined NNGB in a previous episode of ScriptChat. So we'll bring this up here to player setup and we'll paste it in and hit save. Now, this is the same thing as gravel beach, except it's non-navigable. So it's not technically a beach terrain. But it looks just like it. And we're also going to give it a base layer. So for that, we're going to do ice. And ice is predefined. So now when we hit generate, we should have gravel as our base terrain that's covered with ice. And this is good for us, right? Because this is reminiscent of the icy shore that we want to have. We want to have a shore that's icy. And it looks like we're doing very well. Okay, excellent. So, what's next? Well, now we can create our land in the center. So we got all these declarations here. I think that we need to do base terrain and base elevation, if I remember correctly. So base terrain is going to be snow. Actually, we'll do road 2 for now. Base elevation is going to be, I'd say, about 2. And we will give that a try. Oh, let's tell it to try to occupy 100% of the land that it can. And since we're constrained by borders, we don't really care about the base size. Although, if the base size is too large, that could be a problem for us, but I don't think it will do that. I think it'll have enough space. So let's see what we get here. Okay, so it's giving us grass. It is doing the correct elevation of that grass. So what that's telling me is that we need to use some different terminology here. We need to do terrain type. There we go. Okay, excellent. So we've got ourselves some road here. And you're going to say, oh, but Tech Chariot, that road doesn't look very Christmassy, very, you know, Santa's workshop-y. And to which I respond, well, hold on, because in terrain generation, we can mask snow over this. And there's actually 2 types of snow that we can mask over this too. So don't worry about this for now. We can cover this with snow later. It looks to be approximately the correct size, though. Alright, anything else that I want to put there? Oh, we're going to specify a zone, and we're going to call this Zone 1. And this isn't going to matter too much for the purposes of, like if we hit generate again, it would be literally the exact same thing, even if we selected the same seed number. But we're going to create a ring of mountains around this now. And we want the terrain of those mountains to grow and expand to touch this land right here. We don't want this icy beach terrain to be left over. So we need to specify both as Zone 1 so that they will grow to touch each other. So now we're going to create player lands. Terrain type, we're going to call gravel. Base elevation, we're going to say is 4. And we're going to restrict them by a similar scheme of borders. We're actually going to copy all of this. But for our borders, we're going to have to bump this up or down. So we'll have it avoid the borders maybe by like 30% instead. And if that's not large enough, we'll reduce this number further. Have it attempt to occupy 100% of the land that's present. And there is one more thing though. Gravel is not predefined. So we're going to have to come up here and define it. So we're going to say gravel, and I happen to know that it's number 70 because I've worked with it often enough. Alright, let's see if we can get the player lands to show up again. Now, we're creating these player lands. Excellent, 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 excellent. We're creating these player lands, however, we don't actually want to put the players on this. But this appears to be approximately or appropriately sized is the better way of putting it. But we're going to do some magic with terrains. It looks like we still got a little bit of the base terrain left over here. And we may consider changing this from borders, but I think we can clean this up pretty well with terrain effects. So I won't worry about it too much for the time being. But this looks good. And you might say, but Tech Chariot, why would you do it this way? Why not just create a single land in the center and save yourself the potential headache of having additional objects spawn? And the answer to that is because I am counting on each and every one of the individual player lands up here to deter the generation of elevation. Yes, that's right. I plan to elevate this later. So, let me show you. If we came down here and we copied a basic object, here we go. So we just copied over this town center. And this is all commented out at the bottom. So we're just going to bring this up here to objects generation. And we save it. You can see based on this where the player lands end up. Okay, so in order to create the effect or the feel of passes through the mountain, I want player lands to spawn here to prevent the elevation from arriving in this location. Because elevation will always avoid the player lands. So let me demonstrate. So we'll come and we'll copy a section of code here for elevation generation. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. This is just basically just reminding me of what to type. So create elevation 7. Base terrain is going to be gravel. Number of clumps is going to be 9320. Number of tiles is going to be some very big number. Set scale by size, and then enable balanced elevation. So now we can get rid of this. So now we're going to be trying to elevate this gravel to elevation 7. And bam, there we go. Look at that. So now we have some veritable mountains here, which is excellent. Now that these mountains are elevated to elevation 7, we could do all kinds of things, and we could repurpose the terrain on them. We could change the terrain types, etc. There is one thing that I would like to check, though, for now, and that is what happens when we have 8 players. On a correct 8-player map size. So on this particular map size, there's no room for the elevation peaks, so therefore they don't spawn. But if we generate this on a large size now, we may have a little bit of a problem, and that is that the passes don't fully come through. But actually, you know, this does not look too terrible. This does not look too bad at all. I bet if we just adjusted this slightly, ever so slightly, we could perhaps get those passes to work properly, to cut all the way through the mountain. So this guy doesn't have to walk uphill to get to Santa's workshop. He just walk straight out like he is here. Although he has a little bit of an uphill to march up before he can get out to the outside. So we may have to scale this according to the size of the map, which is definitely possible. Okay. Maybe we make this a little bit bigger. Actually, a little bit smaller, right? 43. So that would indeed expand the size of Santa's workshop a little bit. Looks like this randomly sort of grew in here, though. Don't really know what's up with that. Maybe a little bit too much overlap. Alright, well, we'll set it back to 45 for now. Oh, one thing that could really help is it actually does look like we've got another player stuffed in here. We need to set circular placement. That will make things a lot more uniform. Actually, that should have been the first thing that we did. And we'll try coming at it from 25 and 0 first, and then we'll probably have to make adjustments. But this will put the players in a perfect circle around the center. Oh, come on. That looks exactly the same. Oh no, we don't want set circular placement, we want circle radius. Yes, circle radius, that's what we want. Oh man, I'm getting my terms all confused. That's alright, that's why we have our cheat sheet. Now that should actually do something. Okay, there we go. So the growth of these player lands is strictly outside of where the circle is, so we need to move this circle in. This radius is too large, so we'll set it to 20 and see if we get a little bit better results that way. We're getting there. We can move it in just a bit more. Perhaps down to 17. And we might actually even be able to expand this land in the center a bit more. Come out to meet it, if you will. I don't think we can shrink this too much more. Maybe make this 16. It's always nice to not have to go through and customize it for according to map size, you know? Yeah, see, it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a bump here for some of them. But only just a few. So we'll come back out to 17 where we know we're safe. And now we could try increasing the size of this central land. It really does not like it. All sorts of irregularities are introduced. But nevertheless, we'll press forward. So we will do clumping factor 30, and we will do a larger base size, perhaps a base size of 9 or so. We might have to scale that according to map size. Looks a little bit better, but still not quite even. So I don't want to make this too much larger, so I think what we do is we will decrease this to something like 15, but then we'll reduce the borders as well so that the ring is essentially thinner. Now we're starting to break through on this other side here. Remember that these town centers aren't going to be here, so this doesn't actually reflect the player starting location. Let's try 13. So again, don't worry about what happens over here. We can fix that later. Yeah, we might not be large enough to form these hills between the player town centers anymore. Could be the chief issue. So we'll go back to 16 here, and we'll reduce this to 40. We'll reduce all of these to 40. We'll create a little bit larger of an area in the center just because we have to. And we could probably use terrains to pretty it up so it looks like it belongs there a little bit more. But we will do that later. Yeah, less uniform base size. Go up to maybe 12. All right, maybe Looks like we're headed in the right direction, maybe 15. Yeah, I mean, that's it. There we go. It's okay to go a little bit uphill. It's like 1 is fine. So I think we'll set it to 16 and we'll be happy with that. We'll do a few more generations just to make sure that it looks good across the board, but I think this was the problematic one. Yeah, there we go. We got the outer borders set properly. Okay, this is good. So, this base size of 16 is never going to work for the tiny map size. So if we come, yeah, we'll do all kinds of fun terrain stuff in here. We'll clean that up. But for now, let's look at tiny with 2 players, and we should probably turn random back on. And as you can see, this is just too huge. So we will need to scale that. But if we go back to large, 8 players, do a few more generations as promised. Oh, actually, it's like we need to bump up that base size a little bit more, or reduce the circle radius. But I'm leaning in the direction of bumping up the base size. 17. We'll keep that seed. We'll make sure that it looks good, and then we'll generate some more. I think what's happening is the base size is actually larger than the borders at this point. So that's why we're getting the seemingly square edge here. So maybe we need to go, instead of base size 17, we'll go back down to 15, but we'll expand these borders a bit to allow it to grow some more outside. So we'll go to like 38. Every time you reduce this number, you reduce the amount that it's avoiding a certain border by. And you actually make it larger. I know it's counterintuitive. But that's how it works. Yes. There we go. I think we need to reduce it just a little bit more. Or increase the base size again. 16. And there's always one player that just doesn't want to spawn properly. Make this, yet again, still just a little bit bigger. Whenever we see that straight edge, we know that we need to change the borders. So here it is. It's growing really well this way, but then it's not going that way properly. So we will increase the base size some more. Now it goes that way. Oh man, I just can't win. Alright, you know what? Let's try just getting rid of the borders and specifying a land growth. But we will need a land position, actually. Otherwise, it'll end up out here. Yeah. The other thing we could do is actually specify a land position. Actually, that's what we needed to do. Let's try that first. So we'll put a land position in addition to the borders. And that will make sure that the land is centered in the center of the map. Because maybe what was happening is it was being positioned like to one side or the other, and the base size was disproportionately affecting one set of players. Alright, that's much, much better. So it looks like we need, well, it looks like it's growing over here. I suppose it doesn't have to be perfect, but it is growing into this set of this player's land here, but not really this player's land. And what do we have here? We have land percent 100 for its growth. So it should be attempting to occupy the entire map. We can change this to number of tiles. That might be the play. Let's go to like 20. And we will try getting rid of the borders for now. So we'll cut that and we'll put it down here. So now it's trying to grow a little bit more because the borders are not there constraining it. Base size of 17, and then maybe land percent of 15. Oh no, it broke through. Yeah, that's not acceptable. So we'll have to put the borders back in, because we cannot allow it to break through occasionally. Okay. I suppose it's not terribly, terribly critical that they each have an equal pass to the center. Again, the player town centers aren't going to be here. This is just here to change the way the elevation is generated. Change the paths into the center of the map, if you will. I think I will relax those borders a little bit more. We'll keep this seed. Oops. Generated it twice. I wonder what would happen if I put two of these in here, two of these lands. if the result would be any better, any more uniform. I didn't think so, because they're trying to accomplish the same thing. But it's just like, it seems like it has a bias toward the lower corner of the map, which is very annoying. RNG just struggles in general in random map scripts. Alright, that's a little bit more balanced. Alright, whatever. We're going to keep that. We're going to keep it where we've got it for now. We will probably restrict the borders a little bit more so it can't do that, actually, and then we'll call it good. So we'll bring these borders back up to, like, well, what are these borders? Yeah, they're getting pretty close to these borders, so we want to separate them a bit more. Maybe make them 37. And tell it to occupy 10% of the land. That's a fair compromise. Make sure that we solve this outcropping. Yeah, we're going to come back through with trains and clean up this road and this this icy beach here later. So don't worry too much about that for now. We'll restrict it just a little bit more. But I think the big thing that we need to do is we need to scale this base size now according to map size. So that it is valid for all map sizes. So we'll come over here and we should be able to predict, actually. Go over here to our references. We bring up the definitive random map scripting guide. It will give us a little table of the various map sizes. We've got our other references in here too. Very, very useful guide. Okay. Size. How about map sizes? There we go. See map sizes. So you guys remember this table? We've covered this in previous versions of ScriptChat. Tells you how many tiles are on the side and then the different area ratios. I'm going to take this and I'm going to use this now to scale the number that we came up with, as long as we're happy with this number for large, which I think we are. Large is 220 tiles. So we're going to form a ratio based off of that. Okay. So we're going to say if tiny map, else if small map, else if medium map, else if large map, else if huge map, and then else, and then end if. We're not going to do anything with the ludicrous size map. That seems, it's too much. Ludicrous size maps are just, they're huge. Hey, Doc Maggie, Merry Christmas. I can't stay. I have family gatherings to attend to. Good luck with the stream. Thanks. We're just making Santa's workshop. Okay, so we've put in the different conditionals here for the different map sizes. And we know that we want base size 17 for the large map size. Or for the huge map, I should say. Because it doesn't correspond, unfortunately. Okay. So as you can see, large is 8-player, and according to the RMS, it's huge map. So that is 220 tiles. So the first thing we're going to do is going to go up, and we're going to do 240 divided by 220. See, because it's 240 versus 220, and we'll multiply that by 17, and that will sort of be our proportion, if you will. There we go. I looked up what the dominant religion in Croatia was, and it's Christianity. But I think in some Balkan nations, it's actually not Christianity, it's actually Islam. I think mostly Bosnia. Where's my calculator? Here we go. Okay, so we'll do 240 divided by 220, and then multiply that by 17, and we get 18.5, so we'll make it 19 for good measure. And we will say base size 19. Okay. And now we will go in the other direction. So the large map corresponds to a 6-player map, which is 200. So now we do 200 divided by 220 times 17, and we'll put that number there. So that's 15. Okay, medium map. Oh, and we want to put a base size in front of this, otherwise it's not going to know what we're talking about. Base size. Okay, so the medium is also medium, and that's 168. So 168 divided by 220 times 17, and we get 13. And then small map, base size, okay, and that's 144. So 144 divided by 220 times 17, that is 11. So they're mostly staggered by 2s, actually, I'm noticing. But this is where it comes from. Alright, and then the last one, tiny map, base size. So how much do you guys want to bet it's going to be 9? So 120 divided by 220 times 17 is 9.27. Yep. So base size of 9. So now this land should be scaled properly for all sizes, and we'll go ahead and we'll just expand the window to make sure it looks all good. 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Yeah, they all expanded by 2, huh? That's sort of linear. Okay. So we'll hit save, and let's do a couple different generations here. So we'll come down to number of players, 2, and then we'll select a map size of tiny, and we'll hit generate. And if it doesn't look right, we'll adjust it. But this should be a good starting number. Alright, so this is actually pretty good. These passes are more consistent on the 2-player map size, it looks like. which is to be expected. There's less slop going on, if that makes sense, on a 2-player map size. We'll do a couple more generations. But yes, that looks good. You know, one thing that we could do is we could actually create these player lands a couple of times if we wanted to increase the number of passes. But I don't know how important it is. And that could really make a big nightmare when it comes to placing the objects according to players later. Hey, Ronald Rage is here. Welcome. Hopefully you're open in presence, or you have open presence. It's almost 10 a.m. East US time. So we'll hit generate again. Yeah. So this looks good. Let's go to small now, and we'll do 2 players. Whoever uses this setting? Nobody. Except Grathrang. He used it once for a tournament. A 1v1v1 tournament. I didn't watch it, but I heard it was pretty good. I don't have time to watch many of these tournaments, unfortunately. Even though some people have come up with some really creative ideas. Just don't have time. But luckily some people do. Most people do. Many people do, I should say. I don't know about most. Okay, yeah, we're not going to check this one too much. I mean, nobody uses that setting. Okay, so 4 players. And we'll hit generate again. Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty good. We'll generate it one more time. Where are the Christmas trees? Oh, we haven't added them yet, Rage. We're making the mountain passes first. We're making the mountain passes first. We're just making sure that we get these mountain passes right. It's not too critical, but the Christmas trees will probably be pretty close to the mountain passes here. All right, we'll go up to normal size now. 6 players. Make sure that it can handle that. And the larger map size you get, the less likely people are going to be playing it competitively. So it doesn't really matter too much. If there's a little bit of a rise here. Yeah, this is still mostly open. So that's good. Could always tweak it later, improve it later, possibly. Yeah, that hill is unfortunate, but what can we do? We already tinkered with it. Not gonna obsess with it too much. It's the Emu Warrior. Emu, are you all done opening presents? Did you get an electric train for Christmas? It's a stereotypical Christmas present. Need some more reindeers? Emu, we're working on it. We're just getting the mountain passes right. Alright, and then we'll go up finally to, well, we'll do large first to make sure we didn't screw that up. I'm finally not working on Sunday and can chill for a bit. All it took was Christmas, Ronald Rage. Christmas. Yeah, this will be alright. Snowy peaks. You know, the only disadvantage with doing it this way is you can't really make very high peaks, you know? but at least we know it'll work with people's monitors and such. All right, and the last one we'll do a giant map size here. Okay. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to add the real player lands, which will be surrounding this. And that's going to be the snowy area. Yeah, that's true, Emu Warrior. That would be a good idea. We could use those snow mountain objects, and we could put them on the top up here. That would be a great way of adding to the rugged, mountainy feeling of our map. See, I was just going to layer snow on top, but the Emu Warrior, that's a great idea. Okay, so we'll do one more set of create player lands now. So we'll come down here, and we'll copy this. And we're going to specify an avoidance to borders of like maybe 10. And yeah. So these player lands, we don't need circle radius for them because we've already got the other stuff. We're going to put them at a base elevation of 1. And the terrain type is going to be snow. So let's snow. And this is going to be the plains surrounding these mountains. This is going to be the more, I guess, the more Arabia-ish part of the landscape. And should we make this zone 1? Yeah, we should make this zone 1. They're all kind of the same zone. We want this land to grow to touch these lands. However, we are going to specify a very aggressive border fuzziness. And we're going to do that so that the coastline is jagged. So where are we here? Border fuzziness. I think we need 2 Z's. Here we go. So how do you get jagged borders? Well, let's check. Low values allow lands to exceed specified borders, giving ragged-looking edges when land is constrained by borders. Yes, that is what we want. So we'll probably do something like 5. Zone 1, border fuzziness of 5. Okay. Aha. So it looks like these are growing to expand into... I'm actually going to give it a different zone than these player lands because I don't want it to do this. But I do like the jagged look on the outside over here. This is good stuff. Okay. So we want zone 2. And maybe a little bit rougher of a border, maybe border fuzziness 3. Ah! Here we go. Border fuzziness 3. And we'll tell it to avoid these borders by a little bit more, maybe like 12. Okay. So we'll confirm that this doesn't grow into the... Oh, I see. I see what the problem is. So we need to assign a different circle radius. Although, this is probably not going to work either, because I think there's a bug. Yep. There's a bug where whatever the circle radius is that's applied last is the one that ends up staying. So we're going to have to rethink that approach. Now it's pulling them all out here. But this roughness looks pretty good for our border, I will say that. And our terrain, the snow terrain actually looks really pretty. They've done a lot of good terrain work with that. All right. So, get rid of this. And let's hit generate again to establish our starting point. So the problem is that we can't generate player lands out here because if we did, then it would mess with these player lands. So the whole reason that these player lands exist is so that we can create like these pocketed, this serrated mountain edge, if you will, around Santa's workshop. And of course, I think Santa's workshop should have hostile Gaia monks in the middle. What do you guys think? That converts you to the Christmas spirit, so you don't want to hurt anybody. I'm trying to think if there is a good way. You know, we could just put some random lands at different elevations here in the center. The concern I have is that they'll kind of grow into each other. They might not work right, but we could try commenting this out to see. So, for instance, let me copy this, paste it up here, and we'll try saying create land. Terrain type gravel. And the advantage to this is that we can make it a higher elevation. Like we can make base elevation 9. We can't use circle radius. We would use base size of 0, and then land percent maybe 1. We'd probably have to do number of tiles. And zone 1. So if we just did this, we would have one really tall mountain somewhere in this, somewhere in this range. And you can see here's the land growth of 1%. So we'll have to reduce that maybe to number of tiles. And we'll say like number of tiles 25 for 5 by 5. I guess we could maybe do this. Alright, terrain type is going to be, we'll do snow actually. Maybe this is a better way of making this map. Okay, so we got some snow on top of the mountain here. Santa's workshop in the valley below. And then we'll just make more of these. Eight. So we got 8 of them present. And they're all sort of different zones, if you will. Maybe we should adjust the min placement distance. so that the peaks are not all right on top of each other. Oops. Get rid of that. Okay, one more. So this is with 8 of them. See if we can do a little bit better of a job of getting them spaced out properly. That's tough. So I guess we could keep adding more. Add some more. They really don't have the nice uniform distribution that I wanted. I mean, come on, what is this? It's trying to put stuff here and here. Should... Oh, you know what? The problem is that they're zone 1. We're allowing them to sort of grow into this other zone. What happens if we get rid of that? And actually, if we made them zone 2, then they would have to respect it. I think we can just leave it alone. Okay, that's much better. Still not perfect. I think we should try making them zone 2. And I think it would be faster if I just... zone 2. Okay. So maybe increase their placement distance a little bit. We might have to scale that according to map size, and we might have to scale the number of these lands according to map size as well. So min placement distance of, let's say, 11. Lol. Okay. See if we can get the mountains to look a little bit more uniform that way. I still don't like this very much. Player lands really was the best way of creating that ring. But if we do it, we cannot create a player land out here. And it forces our player lands to be sort of in a close central array. I guess I could make it more chaotic. We really need to make some decisions here. Some of these are okay. Like, these are okay. Problem is that we don't have all day to tinker with it. Alright, well, I guess in the name of progress, instead of trying to generate those individually, we'll come back here and we'll create these player lands as normal with the town centers on them, and players will just have a very chaotic start. And we'll just have to make sure that we put some forests pretty close by on the mountain. So that everybody can sort of have equal access, if you will. We might even like put a ring out here, a thin ring, and then punch holes in it to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to take wood. In fact, that could actually be a lot of fun. Or even if we didn't punch holes in it. If we just had this ring of trees and you could chop to the outside and then you would have access to more resources out here. That could be interesting. So we'll stick with this. We will, however, instead of creating player lands, we will just create a land. No circle radius required. And we want create land, not create lands. Otherwise, these borders should be reasonable. Okay, there we go. So again, we've got a little bit of the underlying base terrain left over, but we can clean that up later. The important thing is we now have a big field out here to play with. And of course we have our mainland. I'm actually kind of tempted to change this to rock. Maybe I'll use the standard wet rock beach instead of the gravel beach. We'll see. I want it to look rocky and Arctic. That's going to be out here, Emu, on the snow. So I think we are going to have the player town centers here in the center. Santa's workshops will be here, and there will be some lands to boom out here. And of course there will be waters with plenty of fish. Alright. So I think we don't want to kill ourselves on these lands. We should move on to the terrains next. So we'll just comment some things. That's good. That's good, actually. I'm not going to comment it. It's pretty simple. So we'll do... it could complicate the connections, but I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. So let us do create elevation, and we want to add some elevation out here. This is at elevation 1. Maybe create up to elevation 4. Create elevation 4. Base terrain is going to be snow. And we want to elevate these lands out here. So, no, actually, I think we scaled this, if I remember correctly, from the actual lakes. Here we go. Yeah, we actually scaled according the number of tiles according to map size. So we're actually going to copy that, because I remember that worked pretty well. So let's see. Set the base terrain equal to snow again. And this is a snowy Arctic landscape. So not a lot of prosperity and warmth and growth out there. But if we look at the number of tiles here, it looks like it was kind of a small number. map sizes for the scaling table. And the total number of tiles on a tiny map is shown in this table. We were using 2,975. Oops. Come on. Well, hold on. Let me grab. Okay. So we were using 2,975, but there are 14,400. So it looks like it's about 20%. But you can't do land percent with elevation generation because it doesn't give that as an option. But it looks like we're specifying about 20% of the lands are mountainous. So let us see how that works. Let's make sure that that looks right. If it doesn't look right, we'll have to change it. If it looks too mountainous. I think these are too tall. And they are quite numerous, actually. This is a lot of hills. We might reduce the density. Let's reduce the magnitude first. Because we want it to be less than the pass here. We don't want it to be the same height as the pass. Okay. Yeah, this is good. I think that's much better. It's still a little heavy on the elevation, but I think it'll be okay. You don't want to put too many different elevation commands in here because it does confuse the scripter and it will bias those lands, unfortunately. All right. So now let's come in here and let's do the terrain generation. And we got to ask ourselves, what are we going to do first? I think that the first thing that we have to do is we're going to do the water first, just because this needs it the most, I think. So we're going to define coastal structures, or coastal features maybe. Coastal layers, I like that better. And then we're going to say if coastal layers, and if, and then do a bunch of things. Now, I think we have some stuff left over from last time. Yeah, here we go. So we'll copy that, but we're not going to do the same thing. This is basically just for me to not mix up some terms. So we'll comment that out. So we are going to create terrain, and that terrain is going to be DLC Wet Rock Beach. Just like that. And the base terrain is going to be the base terrain of the map, which is NNGB. And we're going to... Actually, you know what? We don't want to do this next because... Well, here's the thing. We do have some base terrain of the map left over, like over here and stuff. But the question is when to clean that up. I think we're just going to clean it up first. So we'll put this on hold for a sec. And we will define cleanup. We'll always clean up after yourself first, or as soon as possible. Okay, so just notes, create terrain, and we're going to turn it into gravel, I think. Let's find where it is first. So the offending terrain is up here. We don't want that. And I think what's down here is all right for now. We could potentially mask some snow onto that heavily, but we don't have to do that immediately. Okay. So let's just get this, and then I think there might be a little bit. No, it doesn't look like there's any on the inside layer. It's just on the outside. So we'll do that. We'll do two different things in the cleanup. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll take NNGB and convert it into gravel. Number of clumps 9320. We'll attempt to convert 100% of it. Set scale by groups. Height limits. And this is where we need to, this is really where we do this, because if we specify the wrong height limits, then it will target stuff down here, and we don't want that. So we are, I think, at least elevation 3, and we'll specify like elevation 3 to 5, because I think ideally it's around 4. And that should get everything, right? Because we know that these player lands were created at elevation 1, and we only elevated the snow portion of it. So if we target a height limit of 3 to 5, we should hit this ring pretty well. And only that ring. We won't hit this out here. We want to keep this because we're going to use this to make our C later. Okay. We might have to do a few of these commands though, because this is kind of a choppy area. Oh, looks like it got most of it. That's good. So we'll just add some more in for good measure. And then we'll give ourselves a little comment here that says removing non elevation 4. There we go. Okay. And now we are going to layering non-navigable gravel beach. Oh, we really shouldn't do that here, because that is technically a coastal layering. So we've done our cleanup. If we find that we need to clean anything else up, then we will put it in that section right there. Now let's go back to our coastal layering here. So we're going to create terrain DLC wet rock beach on base terrain non-navigable gravel beach. Number of clumps 9320, a lot. Land percent 100. We're going to try to take up 100%. We're going to set scale by groups. We're going to do height limits 0 to 0. Space and other terrain types of 1. And we could try set flat terrain only, but I don't think it's necessary. Yes, it is necessary. Because it looks like the beach is starting to come up the sides, and we don't want that, so we will set flat terrain only. And unfortunately, we cannot mask on top of this. Yeah, there we go. On top of this rock beach. But there should be so little of it that it won't really matter. It won't really matter. So now we'll delete that. We'll copy this. And we will create terrain. And we will create DLC water 5. So it's harder to wall off the edge of the map. And the base terrain is going to be DLC Wet Rock Beach. And all the rest of this is going to stay, except we can get rid of height limits. We don't need them, because we know that the DLC Wet Rock Beach is only occurring at elevation 0, 0. We will need space in other terrain types. We can also get rid of set flat terrain only, because we know that all of the DLC Wet Rock Beach is flat. So we don't need to hit it again with that value. So now let's hit generate here. Okay. So we've got ourselves some DLC new shallow. It's all light and chili colored, which is what we want. Yeah, I wish it were a little bit more jagged, but I suppose this is okay. Let's generate it on tiny map size with 2 players and make sure that there is still space to navigate around the entire island. Oh, not quite. Not quite, not quite. So we might have to customize those borders a little bit. But this actually could also be kind of interesting. How it becomes a sort of 4 lakes, if you will. So maybe we'll leave it for now. I do like that, actually. Let's do a couple more generations. I don't think this is going to change. No. But let's try 4-player maps. 4-player map size. Not quite. Doesn't quite connect. But it's getting close. It looks like it wants to. Okay, and then 6 players. I think it will, but just barely. I think giant is where it... Yes, it does in this case. Unless, I guess, unless you got a rock here. Oh no, this doesn't connect. Oops. Huh. Okay. But large should always be... have that gap. Large map size. Yes. So we could do that scaling. Now remember that this is all DLC Water 5, actually, so you can't walk in there. We should do a layer of DLC New Shallow first. So let's do that. That's what I meant to do. And then we'll literally just copy this, paste it here, create terrain, DLC water 5, because it's the same concept. Okay. And this will give us a thin layer of shallows that you cannot build a palisade wall on. Oops, except we need to specify DLC water 5 here, or DLC new shallow. There we go. And yes, much better. So we could actually go around and we could even put unbuildable rock terrain if we didn't want people blocking this with docks. But a dock is a bigger investment to wall a single tile. But we'll try this for now. Northern Isles has the unbuildable rock terrain around the edge of the map. You know, we'll leave this for now. It's fine. Okay. So I think the last thing that we want to do. So first of all, we're gonna note this as a comment. Creating beach and waters. All right. Now we're going to say masking heavy snow over gravel beach remnants. Okay. So create terrain, and then we want snow heavy. And I don't remember what this one is, so we're going to pull up our reference. Hopefully you've got it downloaded by now. Go over to AOE2 terrains. And there is a certain type of snow terrain that masks heavily. Let's see where it is. Snow strong. There we go. Snow that layers strongly with terrain mask. And then there's also snow that layers weakly with terrain mask. So we want snow strong, and we want that to be 74. So that is 74. And base terrain is going to be the non-navigable gravel beach. Maybe not 100% of the land, but maybe like 10%. We'll see. No need for height limits here. No need to space to other terrain types. And no need to be only on flat terrain. So we'll just see if we can get some snow to appear like in these locations and stuff. Actually, it looks like we forgot the masking portion and we just put it down directly. Oops. So we want terrain mask. Well, we'll just do 2. We could do 1. We could do 1. 1 or 2. It doesn't really matter. Just all it does is affect what color it appears on the mini map. That's quite strong. Maybe a smaller land percentage? Maybe like 4%? Oh! We forgot the mask part of the terrain. So it just ignored that and it didn't actually mask properly. Okay. Take 2. There we go. So on the mini-map it appears lighter. You can see that the snow is masked quite strongly over this. I do think it looked better as terrain mask too. So we'll see if it looks better on the map itself, and then we'll start turning our dial around. But on the mini-map it looked better. Yeah, well, I don't know. Should replace some of it with snow terrain perhaps, but this does appear a little bit more abrupt. I don't think it looks as good actually. What do you guys think? Let me do a couple things. Let's copy this. And no terrain mask at first. And we'll maybe do like, I don't know, 2 or 3% of the land. It's just standard snow. And then this is like 4%. Maybe we'll make them both 3. So we'll put down a little bit more actual snow. Yeah. It's better. And we might even be able to mask some ice down on top of that too. Let's just say gravel beach remnants. Create terrain. And I think it's ice. I mean, it seems to have been working so far. We'll get a little bit more ice action going on here. All right, you guys feel cold yet looking at this? It's a little broken up by the snow is broken up by the gravel, rocks, ice. This looks reasonable, I think. Maybe the snow should be on top. Yeah, I mean, it does look better that way. All right. You can always put some rock eye candy on top of that too. Some ice flows. Now, Zetnus made an Antarctica map that has penguins on it. We obviously can't do that here. Not because it wasn't a good idea, but because this is supposed to be the North Pole, and penguins don't live at the North Pole. So we're going to have some different features. We have... Let's put some ice sheets out here. So we will create some chunks of ice floating on DLC Water 5. And we'll obviously have to adjust this pretty heavily. But we're going to mask first. I should probably put a spacing other terrain types in here. Although there are... Oh, that's okay, actually. Some very small chunks of ice just floating in the water. And this is masked in with... An elevation, is it? No. Masked in with the water, so it actually looks like it blends in quite well. Might want to do a few more of them, honestly. Maybe land percent 4. Double it. Oh no! This is not supposed to happen. This should not be allowed to go in here. Alright, so we're going to keep this seed and we'll modify that for later. Let's check the ice flow though. Yeah, that looks better. It's more distinct. I don't mind if it comes up to the beach here. We can even put some on top of this shallow if we want. A little bit of ice on that. But first things first, let's get rid of this. That is very unsightly. So that is happening because this land is expanding into these player lands. So maybe this is already quite small. Let's reduce this to 36 perhaps, these borders, to make Santa's workshop area just a little bit bigger. Oh, wait. Let's increase the amount of land percentage that it tries to occupy so that Santa's workshop wants to be the one that's filling this space instead. And we'll hit generate. Nope. That is not the issue. So it is a border issue. All right. Dang, still doesn't solve the problem. How can that be? Could it be that this is the location that's chosen for the origin of that land that's doing all this rubbish out here? So let's just think. Let's choose... Let's get rid of these. Let's set those back to what they were. Let us choose just like an area out here. And let's set that as the origin for our land. And then let's see if we're able to make this amoeba-like arm go away. So, come up here to, just after base elevation, we'll say land position. And we'll do like, I don't know, 25, 50. So that will be attempting to place this land up here somewhere. This will be the origin of that land. And then hopefully it won't try to come into the center here. And then we will also do base size 0. So it's just purely organic land growth. All right, let's hit generate. Okay, that looks better. Same seed, so perhaps that was the problem then. Perhaps the land was being placed here because this was a valid origin, and then it was trying to grow just out. And it carved its way through these lands. For the purposes of symmetry, I like things to be symmetrical. We'll have 4 of these. And we'll do 50, 25. And we'll do 75, 50, and we'll do 50, 75. So that they're in sort of all of those center locations. We'll do hit generate one more time to make sure that we didn't screw it up somehow. Which I wouldn't imagine that we would. Although, dang, is this aggressive? It's impinging upon these player town centers here. We could still clean it up though later, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. But maybe we need to make that number a little bit bigger. Instead of 25, maybe we'll do 15. No, we need to do 20. 20 and 80. So this will be pushing it away from the center just a little bit. And this should look a bit better. We'll have this so close by. See, now this is trying to merge with Santa's workshop here. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What zone am I giving them? Zone 2? Create player lands are zone 1. What if we said other zone avoidance distance 1 for each of them, so that they avoid these other zones? That could be helpful. Okay. We get a little bit of non-navigable gravel beach here, which we do have to be careful about that. If we have too much zone avoidance, this is what happens. But this is going to be kind of a snowy scape anyway. It's not that big of a deal. There's not going to be too much of it. So we'll do a few more generations and we'll make sure. And really it would be the large map size 8 players that I would be most concerned about. This is where there's the most space for unwanted things to creep in. Just one patch here. Okay. Yeah, we'll call that good for now, and we'll continue along our merry way. Continuing to make the lands for the Emu Warrior to boom in. So we'll leave these. And where were we? Ah, yes, the floating sea ice. The ice. So we'll make some more. Land percent will maybe be like 2, but instead of a ludicrous number of clumps, we'll have maybe 20 clumps, or more like 16 clumps. That should be good. And get rid of the terrain mask. We'll see if we can get a few big chunks of sea ice floating here. Yeah, look at that. That looks pretty Arctic to me. I mean, I've never been this far north, but from the pictures I've seen, it looks good. Ice floating out here. You know, one thing that I did consider doing was putting some little islands out here with some stuff. Maybe some relics or some additional trees. We're going to make wood a very valuable commodity on this map. To make it so the players really have to fight over wood. But I think this is good for now. Oh, we were going to mask some ice over the beach. Or not the beach, but the shallow water. So to do that, we'll just change the target terrain here. We'll do DLC new shallow. It's hard to hit really thin sections of terrain like this, so we might have to do this multiple times. Really, the best thing to do is to actually mask it before you layer the additional water on top. Let's change the map size here so we don't have that visual bug bothering us anymore. But it looks like it did hit it. Yeah, we got some stuff in here. So let's make sure that we can still walk out here. Boyar. He can walk out here, but can we build a wall? Fortified palisade wall. No, we cannot. Okay, good. So we've done a pretty good job of covering that in its entirety, actually. Now, of course, you could dock this, and you could block it that way. I think, yeah. You could dock that and block it in that manner. But you can't wall out there. So that's good. All right. Well, I'm happy with this. I like where this is going. This is a little bit annoying, but we'll deal with that later. I think that's actually, we'll deal with this now. We'll start the next section. So we will define mountain layers, just like that. We'll say if mountain layers, and then end if. And first things first, we're going to clean up Santa's workshop area. Okay. So I think I want to layer some dirt snow on top of this. Well, really we should, yeah, I think we can affect this cleanup a little bit better. Let's come over here to clean up, and let's expand this from 3 to 5. Let's make this from height limits 2 to 6, just to make that go away. Because if it's a nice clean gravel area, our subsequent operations down here will be a lot easier. So let's keep this seed, and let's see if we can get this to go away without screwing up any of our hard work out here. Incidentally enough, is this ice navigable? I think ice is navigable. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Looks like it. It looks like they can sail through there. You can't sail through this though, because that's a snowy outcropping of on the rocks. But it should be okay. I don't think the ice itself is navigable, but this new shallow that has ice layered on top of it, masked over it, is navigable, as are the beaches. A lot of that navigability will be lost when we put rocks in here, though. Okay. So we changed these height limits from 3 to 5 to 2 to 6. So let's see if we can get this rubbish to go away. And indeed it does. Excellent. Excellent. And then let's just look to make sure we didn't screw anything else up. Looks like we did not. This looks reasonable. This is all good stuff. Okay. So we will now be able to work on Santa's workshop without too much issue. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is we want to get rid of this road that's coming up the side. So we're going to turn this road into gravel as well. And that gravel is going to form the base of kind of like our mountainy area in general. So we will create terrain, gravel, and we will do it on road, base terrain road 2. Road 2. And we'll copy all this stuff, the same stuff, right? Number of clumps. Land percentage, let's go by groups. And we'll attempt to do it to 100% though. And we'll change the height limits to, what did we set? What did we set Santa's workshop at? Santa's workshop is at elevation 2. So if we did elevation 3 and above, we would not mess with the majority of this. We would just be getting like this section in here, which is good. Alternatively, we could try to like do a space into other terrain types, and we could put a placeholder terrain on top of this, and we could grab it that way. But let's just see where this gets us first. So, all right, road 2, we're making it gravel. Height limits of 3 to 7. We're not going to see anything at 7, but I got to put a second number there, so I might as well pick that one. All right. So that helps a little bit. Okay, that's good. I like that. So now let's mask some. Yeah, we could put some regular real road on top of this. Let's. I don't think I want to do that though. Santa is too busy working to make presents. He doesn't have time to pay the elves to keep up the grounds. And like, who cares? It's the North Pole. He's not used to people coming and visiting, so why does he need to have a good, pretty walkway to his workshop, you know? It's important to have a nice, even terrain and stuff for all of his operations throughout the workshop. And we can put certain unconvertible Gaia units out here. But you know, to sort of make up his complex, but it's not like he's going to be spending his time making sure that the road looks pristine, which is really what Road 1 would give you. So we're going to create terrain, I think it's dirt snow, let's check. But it's basically dirt that has snow baked into it already. There we go, dirt snow. Create terrain, dirt, snow. You can do whatever you want with it, though. I'm going to use dirt snow. And the base terrain is going to be Road 2. And we're just going to keep a lot of this stuff the same. Except we're going to get rid of the height limits, because who needs them? Who needs them? Okay, there we go. Now, we don't want land percent 100, though, and we certainly don't want this many clumps either. We kind of want, you know, patches. Patches of it have this road. Well, actually, we're just masking. So let's just do the terrain mask 1 for now and see where it is, and then we might modify it depending on what looks good. All right, so we'll leave it at that. Okay, well, that's what I was afraid of. That is what I was afraid of. It completely replaced, even though we put terrain mask 1 in here, it completely replaced Road 2. Why is that? Well, it's because dirt snow is already a masked terrain. So you can't mask a masked terrain over another terrain. So that's all right. So we'll come back here and we will instead create snow strong. Strong snow. Snow power. And let us maybe I don't know. If we just did this, we replaced it with that, we would still have our road, but it would be heavily snowed over like this. I don't really like how uniform this is, but I guess I don't really have much of a choice, huh? Otherwise it gets pretty irregular. That could be something that we adjust later on. Maybe, you know, if it is all linear, we'll keep this seed just because I can't leave things alone, you know me. And where we are scaling base size, will just come down by 1 for each of these. Just come down by 1. Just tweak it slightly. It's rounded anyway. Okay. See if it looks a little bit better, a little bit more organic. Yeah, that does look a bit better. Okay. And you can see that the snow is masked pretty heavily over Santa's, the road that constitutes Santa's workshop. And we could actually put some dirt in here too. And we might actually even consider doing that. But we're obviously going to be masking over this gravel as well. It's going to be a pretty magical winter wonderland when we're all done with it. But this might also be a good place to use snow light. So we could give it a try. Let's see if it looks nice. Snow light. There we go. And what type of terrain? What's the number for that? So we got snow strong is 74 and snow light is 73. All right, I kind of suspected that, but we'll give it a try. Just needed to check. All right, snow light. Light snow. See if how that looks. How does that come out? Oh yeah, that is quite light. I actually like that a little bit better. And here's my reasoning why. Because Santa and his reindeer and all that good stuff, they're all going to be trampling the snow around. The pretty snow is going to get all muddy. It's going to get squashed underneath their boots. So it's not going to be too heavy. So that's my reasoning. Is there's a workshop, it's a working area. People are moving between the buildings to deliver the supplies that are needed or to deliver the finished products to a staging area before they all get shipped out to all the little brats across the world. So it's reasonable that the snow will get like packed down and trampled, and it won't be pretty and fluffy and as numerous as it would be out here. So I think that that's fine. And I think we actually will create some mud in this area too. So we will create terrain, and let's put some mud down. And the base terrain for that is going to be road 2, and maybe only land percent of like 6. Just to really stress all of the reindeer manure that's getting tracked out of the stable. And we don't need a terrain mask for that because we're going to mask maybe some ice over the mud. Let's start with this though. It's going to be very, very slight amount. Base terrain is going to be road 2. I think there's not enough that's left over. Maybe we need to put this first. Oh, no, that's not the reason. The reason is because we haven't defined mud. We need to define mud up here. Mud is number 76. Okay. Oops. Saved it. And then now let's generate. Okay, so that is way too much. So what happened? 6% is just way too much. Let's do 1%. All right, that looks better. And this actually does kind of look like streets here, which I like. And we could even do like mud as a terrain mask, but make it like terrain mask 2, so that it's still checkered with the road. And then I think we could even mask on top of that mud, perhaps. No, I think this is reasonable. All right. So we will over here. Okay, we'll put the mud down first, and then we'll put snow light down. And snow light is 100%. Let's make that more like 10%. I don't want to take up the whole thing because I do want to mask some ice in here. Maybe stands to reason that some of the heat escaped from the workshops and melted some of the snow, or maybe like the heat inside of the workshop melted the snow on the roof, and then that dribbled down into the pathway and then froze. Point is, there should be ice in here too. We don't need that much though. Let's just do 2% snow light for now. See if we can get a noticeable difference in the amount of light snow masking. Not really. Okay. 1% it is then. And then we'll do the same thing with ice. Yep. There we go. So I see a difference. Now let's mask some ice on top of that. Perfect. Look at this. If this doesn't scream workshop at you, I don't know what does. I mean, look at this. Don't you look at this and say, that's a place where men work in cold environments? That's what I think when I look at this. What do you think? Your Rorschach test. Okay. Yep, good. All right, I will be right back. Let me step away real quick and refill my water. When I get back, we will continue with this. We've got some more terrain layering to do on the mountain peak, and then we obviously have forests and stuff to add to the outside. And oh, we're going to add, I think we are going to add a single tile, a ring of trees around the outside, if you will. And that should be pretty interesting. So thank you for being here. Thank you for staying with me, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with me. I'm really excited to continue work. On Santa's workshop. Okay, so next thing we got to do is we got to put that ring of trees in here. And this ring of trees will allow us to claim that our map is fair in terms of wood lines. even if it isn't. So, this is kind of a functionally important part of the map here. It's not really visually important, but we're going to say layering ring of snowy forest. All right. And we will create terrain. Snow forest. And the base terrain is going to be gravel. Glad the Emu Warrior is still here. Number of clumps, 9320, land percent, try to fill 100. Set scale, not that it matters, by groups. We're not going to specify a height limits, but we are going to specify nothing, actually. We're going to let it all become snow forest. Watch this. Actually, we might have needed to do that first. Okay, so this gets all completely filled by the trees. So let's see. We might have done this a little out of order here. Let's suppress that. And let's also actually just suppress this too. Let's go back to the beginning. We want to put a layer of trees around the outside of this. But we don't want a layer of trees between the players and Santa's workshop in the middle. So the first thing that we got to do is actually, we need to convert. We're going to actually cut this. There we go. Paste it up here. So we're going to do this work with the forest first. So we will, actually, we'll leave that commented out for now, and we'll eventually put this inside, but we're not going to put it in now. Okay. So, first things first, we're going to create gravel from road 2, and we're going to do it everywhere. So watch this. So all this stuff that was road 2 in here now is just going to be gravel. Okay, good. Now, we will come over here and we will copy this, and then we will create our forest. And we'll set that on top of the gravel. Set that on top of gravel. There we go. And that'll force the town centers out because now we'll have a big forest in the middle. And all of the elevation that we love is here, but you just can't see it because it's obscured by the forest. So now we'll restore it. We'll go back and we'll create the gravel again. Create terrain gravel. Base terrain will be snow forest. And space into other terrain types will be 1. So now we'll get a thin layer of forest around this gravel pit in the center. There we go. Ho, ho, ho. And if we wanted to increase the thickness, we could increase it to like 2. Could increase it to whatever we want, really. It doesn't matter too much. But the important thing is that the players are all trapped. They are all stuck in here. Some of them have a little bit better wood lines than others. But I think we're going to leave this thickness at 1 for now. And I think the reason I'm going to do that is because to increase the openness and aggression of the map, I'm actually going to change the amount of wood contained in these trees to be 200 or something, so that you it's actually equivalent to 2 layers. And then we'll go back in and we'll restoring and cleaning up Santa's workshop area. So we will restore Santa's workshop area by create terrain. Road 2. Base terrain. Gravel. Number of clumps 9320. Land percent 100. And we're going to do set scale by groups. And then we're going to do height limits of what? It's like 4. 4 to 4, if I remember correctly. This is it. No, this is at elevation 3. Let me check the land again. Well, it's at elevation 2. All right, so the height limits are going to be 2 to 2. Height limits 2 to 2. Okay. Nice. So we got our road back. We got our ring of trees around the outside that you have to cut to. And we're not going to put any stone in these mountains, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but that's how it's going to be. Because if we do, then players will just spend all day tower rushing each other. So our stone is going to be out here near the coast. Where, because it's the easiest place to get rocks, right? Near the ocean when you're in the Arctic Circle. The tower rushing could be a big issue, actually. So I don't want players tower rushing each other nonstop. Because if you chop through, and then you get to your opponent and he hasn't chopped through, and you tower rush him, he basically has no recourse. Although his tower will probably be uphill from your tower. But still, I don't want to allow that. I want the stone to be really far out here so that if you do chop through and you do decide to tower rush your opponent, you gotta send villagers really far out, and I'll put lots of vicious wolves that'll eat your villagers if you do go out there. So it should be fine. Okay. This looks pretty fair. So now let us cut this and paste it in here. And we'll count that as part of our mountain layering. You can do whatever you want. You know, like I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm making the map. I'm trying to think of all the things that the Emu Warrior is going to exploit about it. Okay, so now when I hit generate, I should have that really pretty trampled road area for Santa's workshop in the middle. Yep, there it is. Okay. I'm just trying to think now. If I really wanted to start with this as gravel, why don't I just make this gravel? It's not like I'm elevating the gravel anywhere, right? Actually, I am. All right, that's why. If I made the center gravel, then I would be elevating it when I create elevation 7 here, which is not what we want. So it is a good thing that we made this this road 2. Otherwise, this would have gotten elevated as well. I do wish that this were to avoid this pocket a little bit more. Maybe I could tell it to avoid player start areas by a certain amount. That could be the play here. Restoring, so create terrain road, base terrain gravel. Let's set avoid player start areas. Let's try adding that. And I think what that will do is that will make this gravel out here, but this will stay the same. It's basically just avoiding the town centers. Okay, so we've generated a new version. And, oh shoot, we didn't keep that seed. Well, we'll do another generation and see if we can find something that's sort of similar. Yeah, so here's a similar case. So it's not quite enough. We'll keep this seed, and we will bump up set avoid player start areas. Instead of using the default of 13, we'll use like maybe 20. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And I think that that should scale well to the different sizes of the map. So if we came down here and we said we want to play on a tiny map size with 2 players, we shouldn't get anything weird happening. You know, we probably should scale this Santa's workshop. It's going to get all stuck in this corner. Yeah, let's scale this according to map size. It won't take too long. So we'll come and we'll find an area where we have scaled before. We'll copy that and we'll paste it down here, except instead of number of tiles, get rid of that and we'll do set avoid player start areas. So we'll get rid of all these. Don't need that anymore. Apparently we're enabling balanced elevation too. What the heck? There we go. Okay. And that is going to be on a large else if huge map. I think we were missing that. Huge map. And we're going to use 20 there. 22 for the giant map size. And then large map, we'll do 18. And medium map, we'll do 16. And small map, we'll do 14. And then tiny map, we will do 12. Okay, there we go. So now, that should be a little bit more reasonable. Yes. All right, that's better. And we still get the ring to form properly. So they're still locked in this duel. See who cuts out first. We're going to give them some gold. These mountains will have gold in them. Where you reach elevation 7, perhaps we'll put down some snow strong. Or just regular snow. I think I want to do regular snow. Because I want to be able to control that certain objects spawn on certain types of snow. And I think snow strong is functionally equivalent to snow. But we'll see. Alright, so we will keep on this size for now. So we've done the stuff with Santa's workshop area. This looks pretty good. Now we're gonna first of all put a big layer of snow over all of this gravel. We could actually even consider putting some leaves down, but I don't think I want to do that. We could even mask dirt, but I'm not really totally convinced of the merit of dirt either. Maybe put a little bit. Let's see. So say mountain pass and summit area. Okay. And we're going to create terrain. And let's just sprinkle a little bit of dirt in there, see what happens. You know me. I just can't leave it alone. So base terrain is going to be gravel. Number of clumps, a lot. Land percent, maybe like 1. Set scale by groups. And I think we're not gonna. We could actually limit the height limits. No, let's not. Let's leave it alone. Because we're just gonna override it later. So there's no need to confuse it further. Okay, so you can see that we've got a little bit of dirt in here. It's quite light actually. So we could restrict the height limits and it'll force that same percentage into a smaller space, so it'll become more distinct. So we'll go height limits 4 to 4, or even 4 to 5. So like this flat area and then 1 above it. I do want it to look like, this looks a little too high. Not sure what's up with that. Oh! Look at this little pocket of trees right here. That's no good. I bet this is an artifact of the base terrain, but let's see. We'll keep this seed. We'll suppress that, and let's generate it, and let's see if there's anything unusual right there. No, it's just that there is a single pocket of road here. So, in order to make sure that this is properly transformed, because I think what's happening is we're creating gravel. Save it. We'll leave that suppressed. We're creating gravel, and it's only hitting this big section here. It's not hitting this tiny little pocket right here. So if we generate that, we should probably still have the pocket of road there. And that's screwing it up. So that's no good. But if we had multiples of these, maybe like 4 of them, then we should make sure that it should make sure that we get that. We want to make sure that we convert everything properly. Yeah, it's gone. So let's put 4 of them in there. Save it. So now when we generate, the forest should go away. But we have to make sure that we tell it to do this mountain layering again. So we'll redefine it, and now we'll generate. And here we are. So no forest pocket there, so that's good news. Sometimes you just got to tell it to do stuff twice in order for it to actually do it. It's kind of like Santa Claus checking his list twice. Okay. Let's try dialing up the dirt a little bit. I want the dirt to be a little bit more visible than that. Yeah, that's good. Select random map here. So we got some dirt. I am going to restrict it to 4 because 5 looks like it's climbing up the hill too high. And we'll check it again to make sure it's not too strong. So we will be reducing the amount of space that it has to spawn in. That'll be all right. That will be okay. So we got a little bit of dirt, but it's not really icy dirt, and it probably should be. So we're gonna mask some snow light on top of that. Snow light snow, and we'll also mask some ice on top of that too. And this masking, we're gonna take that up to 5. We're going to do the same thing with ice. Create terrain. Ice. There we go. No terrain mask. Aha. Oh, I wasn't terrain masking any of this. Disaster. Terrain mask 1. No wonder it looks so strong. Terrain mask 1. Alright, you didn't see any of that. Town centers can't spawn on ice anyway, which is why it got pushed over. Okay. I think the dirt is a little bit strong looking at it from a terrain masking perspective now. So I think we're going to dial the dirt back to land percent 1. Otherwise, I think it looks good. We'll mask regular snow over the gravel as we move up in elevation. Looks like we got ourselves a little pocket of road here. Wondering if that's going to cause a problem. So we convert. Yeah, we just kind of left this here. I guess we're converting. Oh, we're doing this twice. Whoops. We don't need to do that twice. Okay. Make sure that nothing gets screwed up by us removing that duplicate. Yeah, that's fine. So Santa's workshop is sort of over here, and he's kind of in a neutral corner a bit, if you will. I mean, there's a mountain here, but so what? Probably should give maybe a different base size for these player lands. It almost looks like it's impinging on Santa's workshop area a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't mess too much stuff up, though. Yeah, so let's give a base size of 3. I don't think that will screw up too much. Apparently it doesn't change much either. Maybe base size of 2. Something to make this look less straight. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So, I mean, Santa's Workshop kind of grows into this player's town center a little bit, but it doesn't really matter because it's downhill, and we're going to be putting stuff further away, and this is still perfectly buildable terrain, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay, now let's mask some regular snow over the gravel, but we'll do it at high elevations, like 6 to 7. So we'll create terrain snow, and the base terrain is going to be gravel, as always. Number of clumps will be high, land percent will be 100, and the height limits will be 6 to 7, and terrain mask will be 2. So you can see that we've got some snow up here. It looks like it's snow light, though, which isn't so nice. Maybe we just remove the terrain mask altogether and just let it be regular snow. I want a distinct snow-capped peak here. But you can do whatever you want. Perfect. Yeah, look at this. Beautiful. We can put a mountain on top of that, too. Can't put too many mountains. Not a lot of space. But maybe a couple. So I think we're basically done with the terrains inside of this arena area. Like I've been saying, it's a very thin arena area. And the ice is more dominant on the smaller sizes. This is tiny. It's still, I think it's still okay. Let's see. It looks like we can still navigate here. Still navigate basically all of it. It works because, well, unless you build a dock and then the ship pops out the other side and then it can't go around, that would be kind of annoying. But it should be mostly alright. So we're going to have tons of gold on this map. People are going to be like making sure that they wipe off their shoes properly on the rug so they don't track any excess gold inside the house. That's how much gold we're going to have on this map, because Santa Claus is loaded. I mean, he's got to be. He can afford to make presents for every little good boy and girl across the world. And I know that it's getting to be fewer and fewer of them, but there are still a lot of them. So we need to make sure that Santa is just absolutely rich and loaded. Loaded to the core with lots of gold. So we're going to put lots of gold in the mountain here. We're going to put lots of gold in the surroundings. Reminds me of when I was a kid, I used to watch I think it was this Christmas movie from 1985. It might have just been called The Christmas Movie. And one of my favorite scenes was when they brought the reindeer out, and Santa Claus, it was a new Santa for whatever reason. He was like, how are you going to make these reindeer fly? They're just reindeer. And the elves were like, oh, we feed them special reindeer food. And they fed them like reindeer chow that was spray painted gold. And then the reindeer could fly. They gained magical powers. And then the bad guy tried to steal Santa's magic and use it to corrupt Christmas and stuff like that. But he was played by John Lithgow, and it was a lot of fun. But anyway, I'm getting a little sidetracked. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to put some neutral forests around the map. And then we can layer a small amount of ice and maybe small outcroppings and gravel patches. But there's really not much to do. It's kind of an Arctic wasteland, you know? I don't want to overdo it out here. So let's get to it. Define wasteland layering, or wasteland layers perhaps. Yeah, it looks like that's been my naming convention, just call something layers. We're going to say if wasteland layers, and if. Alright, and what do we want to put out here? Well, we're going to put out a very small amount of trees, and I think that's basically going to be it. Maybe some ice masking here and there, but pretty much just trees. Okay, so create terrain, snow forest, base terrain, snow, and number of clumps, 9320. Land percent, maybe like 1 for now. Set scale by groups. Height limits. And let's see. We're elevating up to elevation 3, so it should be 1 to 3. If we don't restrict the height limits, then we'll start getting trees showing up over here, which may not be fair, depending on, you know, whoever's closest to them. So we'll do 1 to 3, and that'll put additional trees out here. And we could even start it off with like, let's do pine forest first, because I want to put space and other terrain types in here, and I want to space it by like 4. So this will make sure that these pine forests are not adjacent to these snowy pine forests. So another way of saying it is I could create terrain jungle. That would actually be kind of comical, but just to sort of demonstrate. So the jungle terrain I don't want to show up right next to this snow forest. So if I just did snow forest like this, then we could have trees literally showing up right here. Right? They're pretty close. And obviously we're gonna adjust this. Like we're gonna have probably fewer clumps, probably maybe like 32 clumps. So just really small patches scattered across the map. But I don't want them to be too close to this. Like this. I don't want that. So maybe number of clumps is more like 16. Yeah, we don't want this, but we have an easy fix for that, just to make it jungle. And wood is really going to be the most precious resource available. Well, I can't do land percent less than 1. So I might increase the number of clumps to like 24. I guess I could do number of tiles, but I don't feel like it. Spacing other terrain types will increase to 8. And on larger map sizes, that's only going to get better. Yeah, that's fine. Run out of wood really quickly, though. Dang. Okay, so we're going to say putting down applying desired forest structure. And then we're going to say converting to snow pine forest. Okay. Create terrain, snow forest. And base terrain is going to be jungle. And the number of clumps is going to be as many as possible. And land percentage is going to be as much as possible, because we don't want to leave any jungle left over. And we don't need any of this, because we've already gotten the form that we need. They're already restricted within height limits and spacing to other terrain types. Okay. So we want to convert all of this jungle back to snowy forest. And as you can see, we missed in a few places because, again, it's not very smart. So we just have to repeat the command 4 times to make sure that we get everything. And even then, we may wish to choose like a more neutral looking terrain, like just to use regular pine, because if it does miss, it's not as big of a deal. Alright, I think this might be a little much, a lot of wood for what we're looking to achieve here, but we'll start with this. This will be our guess, if you will. But the primary resource I want to be gold. Well, I guess when you think about all the fishing ships and all the buildings, it could be fine. I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to replace jungle with pine forest, and we're going to do that for everything. We're going to use the pine forest to get the structure that we want, and then change it over to snow pine forest. Alternatively, we could have, made this ring out of a different terrain, and then changed the ring afterward instead. Should I give them straggler trees? I think I'll give them like 2 straggler trees. Give them like the snowy African bush straggler tree. That would be fine. We'll give them plenty of gold inside of the Santa's workshop area. Let's do a quick generation to make sure that we're satisfied with like a giant size map with 8 players. Yeah, that's alright. Borders are a little bit more apparent on the giant size map. I don't know if that's a good thing. Be a good or a bad thing, I suppose. Breaks in the mountains. It's pretty. I like it. I like it. And you can see that we've got the avoidance to the player starting areas working in our favor here. We don't really have any masking over this, though, which is sort of a failing, a weakness. I guess we could, there's no reason why we couldn't change that. Mountain layering here. And instead of like 4 to 4, we could go 2 to 4, right? If there is any gravel in that space, so what? Keep the seed and generate it and make sure that we get that gravel masking that we've got everywhere else over there. And yeah, that looks better. Oh my goodness. It's already noon. It's the time when ScriptChat would normally start. And there's still so much work to do. Oh, you guys know me. I'm not good at rushing things. Even though I do have to leave in about an hour and a half. So, what's next? We could try something, no, I don't know about that. Maybe, I don't know. We can give it a try. Mess around with connections to generate some roads to the center, to Santa's workshop area. That could be fun. Let's see. We had some connection here. I don't think I'm going to mess with it. Oh man, yeah, look at all this stuff. But if you wanted to, you could add connections to connect the player lands and then forbid them from going through snow, so they have to come around. And you could actually make traveling through Road 2 very cheap. So this player actually, maybe his road comes down here and then back up this way. So you could sort of generate connections between all the players in that manner. But I'm not going to do that now because I don't think that that's really necessary to have a finished map. It's kind of just a cosmetic thing, sort of a waste of time. Because we may not even be able to get it to work given how squirrely connections are. But if I had unlimited time, it's definitely something that I would look at because I think it could be a nice effect. Okay, so we're going to create a lot of neutral items first. Let's see. We don't have... we're still in the... There we go. Okay. So I have connection generation included, but I'm not going to put anything in there. I think we're done with the wasteland layering. We might put some ice out here. Some small bits of gravel, but not very much. Just a little bit of cosmetic. Cosmetic intervention. Ugh. Man, that cat is a good cat. He didn't wake me up last night at all, but just the cat being on my bed keeps me awake. Because I have to exert conscious effort not to kick him off. And that is what keeps me awake. Alright, create terrain. Ice, which is sad because I want him to know that I love him. But if I let him sleep on my bed, I won't sleep. Alright, base terrain, snow, and this is, well, maybe we do 10% or something. Set scale by groups, and then terrain mask 1. Now this is going to affect our mountaintop snow, but who cares? It's ice. A little bit of ice out there. That's fine. And it'll appear on top of our mountain as well. But that's fine. And we might put a little bit of gravel out here now. And that gravel I do want to restrict. I do not want that to be on the mountaintop. So we will create terrain, gravel, and base terrain is going to be snow. All this is going to be true. Terrain mask is going to be 1, but we are going to set height limits. And the height limits are going to be 1 to 3. So some gravel out there. So kind of a rocky. Oh, yeah, you can see in a few places where the snow forest did not properly convert. So we'll have to make sure that we put some more of those commands in there. And we could probably also dial back the rockiness of the surrounding landscape. So we'll double this. And then we will reduce this to like maybe 6%. Save it. We'll keep this seed and we'll generate it again to make sure that these pine forests are covered with snow this time. Yeah, there we go. Looks better. Let me know if we missed anything. And of course the patches of rock look good too. It's quite the winter wonderland up here. Okay. So now we're going to do some objects. And that'll be awesome. First things first, we got to put some Santa's workshops in the middle. Keep that. Save that. Collapse this. We need to go back and modify the terrains. We can. We're making town centers here. Do I want to create too many player objects? Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm going to make these Santa workshop first. So we are going to define Santa workshop area. And then we're going to say if Santa workshop area, and if okay, and then we are going to create some monuments to convert. Hey, Juicy, welcome. Merry Christmas, man. We're going to create some monuments to convert, and we have to do this because we got to make the monuments first, and then we'll upgrade the monuments into trade workshops that can provide different resource trickles. But if we don't make them as monuments and then convert them, then you won't be able to trade hands with them. Alright, so create some monuments to convert. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, Juicy. I am. I'm sure that you had a good Christmas as well. The kids opened all the presents. Maybe they're off playing with their toys now and you got a quiet moment to check out Tech's stream. I have about an hour and 15 minutes until I have to go to Christmas dinner. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes to finish our special Polar Brawl North Pole map. And we're working on the Santa's Workshop area right now. They are resting since they got up at 4 a.m. That sounds about right. That sounds very excited to see what Santa had in store. Hopefully you got some good cookies and milk last night. Alright, so we are going to create object here. And that object is going to be monument. Actually, we'll call it special building. Santa ate well and was grumpy at 4 a.m. Okay. And we are going to, we're not going to set place for every player. We're going to do set Gaia object only. And set Gaia, I think it's like indestructible or something. Let's do a couple of things. Let's look up the constant for the monument. I don't want to call it monument because that's kind of a reserved word. So we'll look up the definitive constants list. Monument. 826. Isn't there another monument though? Monument resources enabler. I think this is obsolete. Alright, so it looks like it's going to be 826. Special building. 826. Okay. Set Gaia object only, and then we're going to do terrain to place on. And we're going to do road 2. And we're also going to do temp min distance group placement of perhaps like, I don't know, 8. And let's just get started here and see where we're at. Number of groups is going to be 9320. Set or scale by groups. So we're going to have a huge excess of what will actually fit, right? You're never going to fit 9,320 monuments. But we need to get these monuments in the center here, and they're going to be on this this road 2 area. Okay, so here they are. This is perfect. These are going to be Santa's workshops. So now we need to upgrade these into trade workshops, and we're going to do that in the player setup section. It will be. These are going to be weird monuments, Juicy. See, Santa is rich. Santa has all of the gold in the world, because how else could you afford to get presents for every kid in the world? I mean, even the nice ones, there are still too many of them. Or not too many, but a lot. So Santa has lots of gold. So controlling the monuments, controlling the workshops, converts gold into wood. That's going to be the cool mechanic about this map. And we could tell them to avoid the player starting areas, but I think that this is alright for now. There's enough for everybody to have one. It could get quite crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's too crazy. But you guys know me. I can't help myself. So we're going to come up here in player setup. We're going to define the special building. And we're going to give ourselves a little comment here that says upgrading monument to trade workshop. And then we can adjust the trade workshop to give a negative trickle of gold and a positive trickle of wood. Because look at this map. There's hardly any wood on it. I mean, it's the North Pole, or it's close to the North Pole. It's like northern Canada somewhere. So wood is really the commodity. And I like to imagine that Santa buys the wood with all of his massive amounts of wealth. And you're going to have to do the same thing. So once you chop your way out, there is some more wood out here, but in the late game, it's going to be players fighting over these monuments to convert their gold into wood so that they can build military and siege weapons. That's how I envision the game. But maybe it won't work like that. Who knows? Okay, so let us look up Trade Workshop now. Trade Workshop is 110. So, and it is not predefined, I don't think. Oh, it is. All right. Well, we could try upgrading it anyway. All right. So, constant trade workshop 110. So then we're going to do effect amount. Gaia upgrade unit, and we're going to upgrade the special building into a trade workshop. And then the last entry has to be 0. So not many of these effect amounts work in the scenario editor, but upgrade should. Okay, there we go. So now these are monuments that actually look like part of Santa's complex. See, Santa has, you know, you can't just do it all in one building. I mean, you can't fit all the elves in one building. It would be a huge building. Even though it would probably be more thermally efficient. But see, he probably started his operation out small, and then as it grew, he probably built more workshops. Okay. You know, maybe we could space them a little bit further away from the town centers. But I think this is okay for now. We can always adjust the capture radius if we want to. So we could do stuff like let's do it here first. Gaia set attribute. The special building, ATTR LOS line of sight. We could set that to be like 1, and then we could copy that. We can do like attribute search radius. We can make that 1 as well, so that it only looks within 1 tile for any potential unit that could capture it. But these we can't test right now. So we've got some monuments here. We're probably going to want some stables. And we're going to want temp min distance group. We're going to want min distance group placement, sorry. Min distance group placement of like 2. So nothing else can be placed within 2 of them. And now we are going to, so we're going to create Santa's sprawling complex. Okay. So now let's copy this. Create object. And we're going to create stable F, I think, for feudal age stable. We could actually give Santa a little bit nicer of a stable. Santa's probably refined. He's probably moved beyond the thatched roof. Thatched roofs would be insufficient anyway. in the North Pole. And where's he going to get the grass from? All right, so that's stable Imperial Age. I think there's stable F, though. Oh, stable is just Feudal Age stable, so we don't even need stable F. It's just we want stable C for Castle Age, though. We want to give him a Castle Age stable. Stable C. There we go. Castle Age stable. And we'll give him a Castle Age blacksmith, too. Make sure that the reindeer have their shoes. It's Feudal Age. Blacksmith C. We'll just try Blacksmith C. That's fine. So Blacksmith C, temp min distance group placement of maybe 12. Something a little bit bigger for these guys. Min distance group placement of 2. We're not going to know until we actually try generating them. Alright, let's see what we get. Santa's complex here. So there's stable, blacksmith. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Cat is complaining. I gotta let him in. I don't want to neglect him. I'm the only one that can let him in right now. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for sticking with me. For all those that are still here. Alright, Cat is in. He is happy. He is warming up. Although it is not too cold right now. Last night it got pretty cold. He would have been very uncomfortable if he spent the night outside. He never does, though. Alright, so we need to increase the spacing a little bit. Yeah, he does not like the cold. He hates the cold, actually. Alright, so let's try bumping these up to 3 threes and see if things are a little bit more evenly spaced out. Okay, here we go. So this is Santa's complex. And I might make it so that if you destroy Santa's buildings, maybe it drops some resources or something. Single digits below to below 0 here. Okay. So we are going to do a couple things actually. We need to make sure that these are set Gaia unconvertible. And then we also need to set, I think it's set indestructible. I've never used it before, but we're going to check Zetnus's guide because he has updated it. It's a new feature. Come here. Set indestructible. All right, how about just indestructible? Make indestructible. Make a building unable to be attacked. Perfect. Has no effect on units or other non-building objects. It can be used to make neutral Gaia markets, docks, or whole cities that cannot be attacked. Yes, so that's what we want. We want make indestructible. Make indestructible. So we're going to make it indestructible, both of them. We're going to copy these over. Okay, so we got that. Let's not forget that. What other objects are we missing here? I guess we could have some houses. I would like to include some smokestacks, but I just don't, I don't know if I can really control where the smoke comes from, is the thing. So I could do like second object smoke. There is a smoke object, that's what I mean, and we can try to include it. Trail smoke, that might be the one. Trail smoke, smoke, here we go. 902 maybe. Oh, passed it. Smoke, so it's 1308. So we could constant smoke 1308. Because, when if you come over the mountain and you're coming into Santa's workshop complex, there's going to be a bunch of smokestacks. He's got to burn fuel in order to keep warm. Hey, Chris, welcome. We're developing a map about Santa's workshop. So maybe we could do some second object smoke. I'm going to add it in anyway, even if it looks like it's not coming out of the right place. And if I were using my really advanced object generation, this would not be like we would totally have a beautiful picturesque workshop area in the middle. Well, it's in a frozen area. Most of the third world countries are not frozen. But yes, elvish slave labor for sure. Okay, so let's try generating it and let's see where the smoke appears. I think the smoke is basically just going to appear in the front of every single one of these buildings. Yeah. So it makes it look like Santa's complex is on fire, which is not what we're going for. But you can see that the origin of the smoke cloud is basically the front tile of every building, because that's where it goes. There's no way to make it come out of the chimney, unfortunately. We could give these each an actor area and put the smoke like inside of that actor area. Could be one way of doing it. Trying to think if there's another way of getting the smoke to... It would be very, very advanced. We'll leave it for now, but I don't expect to keep it there. Alright, so we will create object house C, and again, a lot of this other stuff is true. Mid-distance screw placement of 3. Today's the day to be jolly, or in my case, get sick from my brother the other day and collapse into oblivion. Well, hopefully you enjoy Santa's workshop. Can't really do much about that. Come on. No houses? Okay, we got one. We got one house to show up. The rest of these avoidances are quite strong. So maybe what we'll do is, for this blacksmith, we'll dial back the... Oh, you know what it could be? We don't want to give these houses a min-distance group placement. Oh, a 10 min-distance group placement of 128? Are you kidding me? No way. And these houses we're going to give a 10 min-distance group placement of 3 instead. That's probably the reason. Santa's sack always brings happiness. Well, I think that's kind of not in the spirit of Christmas. Christmas is all about not needing material things in order to be happy. Christmas isn't about the presents. All right, well, we got kind of a sprawling complex for Santa here. I was thinking about putting like a fence with some reindeer too, but I don't know if I've got the time for that. We only have an hour left. But you could do all kinds of things with this. You could put a couple of fences down. You could put some deer inside of it to have it be the reindeer. And I might actually revisit this with a more advanced scripting tool. But there's a lot that you can do. But this is not very thermally efficient at all. I'm trying to think if there's a bigger building that we can add, or maybe require that the houses be closer together. Maybe this is the problem. The houses are just too far apart. It looks like they're all separate buildings. I want them to kind of look like one big long building. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. This looks a little bit better. Trying to get the Arena Tower Rush Guide edited and uploaded before the end of the day. Yeah, and I think these houses are indestructible too, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal because you should still be able to get to all of the different workshops in here. The houses are just sort of difficult terrain that's in the way. So I think we'll keep this for now. I like this. This is a big, I mean, it's a big manufacturing area. Santa needs a lot of workers to make presents for all of the good little girls and boys. Okay. So we got this figured out. Let's just we'll leave this for now. Although we will add one more thing before I forget. And I did do a map a while back called Akil. And I should have some code there for how to produce a resource trickle from the trade workshops. So I'm just trying to think here. It's going to be over here. And we're going to go to a different location in the GitHub repository. And we're going to come over here to King of Ireland tournament. And look at Akil. Here we go. So here are the lines of code right here. So copy that, and we'll paste it up here into player setup. We can close this. And and change the folder back. All right. So in this case, this somehow gives you wood, and it sets your food and gold income to 0 here. Amount workshop trickle wood, and that affects the trade workshop. We do that afterward. So that should be good to go. We might need to adjust these numbers. So we might do like -10, and then this is going to be ATTR set to +10. Something like that to convert the gold into wood. But this is fine for now. And I like these houses too because they make it so that you can't like castle drop every single trade workshop in the center here. Almost considered making it so that you can't even build on this terrain in general. Oh, thanks, Chris. Gonna rest your head? Feel better. Merry Christmas, indeed. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, so let's do the fish, and then we'll do the neutral golds, and then we'll do player assigned resources, and really there will not be that many. There won't be many player assigned resources at all. There'll probably be some gold, some berries, and maybe a little bit of deer, and some sheep, and that's pretty much it. We'll do coastal objects next. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to add in here, but I don't think so. We'll let them potentially build some castles. I'm okay if they're able to fit one castle in here or something, because even then it would be very difficult to repair or use because of all these other indestructible objects around it. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal to me. Okay. So this looks good. We'll minimize that. And then we will say define aquatic wildlife if, and then end if. Okay, and then we're going to say fish creation. So we're going to create object, and the first object that we're going to make is shorefish. We could do box turtles to be funny, but nah. DLC new shallow, temp min distance group placement of maybe 8. Min distance group placement of 3, that all looks reasonable. Number of groups a lot. The fish do not need a second object. Although, maybe they do in this case. We'll see. Okay. We'll see if the shorefish show up properly. If they don't, we'll make them as a second object. Yeah, bah humbug. No shorefish. All right, no problem. So we will create object on grid. And we'll come up here and we will remove the visual effect of the dead Gaia trade. Okay, so removing visual effect of dead Gaia fish trap. There we go. And we're going to do effect amount, Gaia set attribute, on grid, and we're going to ATTR storage value, and we're going to set that equal to 0. So we're going to define it. Constant on grid is going to be number 278. And now we're going to come down here again. And yeah, we're putting that 278 and then second object. Second object is going to be shorefish. Hey, Juicy. No problem. Thanks for being here. Have a great day. Enjoy your Christmas with your kids. I'm glad that you found a quiet moment to stop by. Okay, here we go. So we got our shorefish. So that's good. They're placed on shallow water, but it doesn't really look it because there's ice over it, but it is shallow water. Okay, good. We could put maybe some wolves or some bears. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a snowy... I guess there are snow leopards. That could be kind of fun. But snow leopards don't really live in the North Pole. They live kind of in the Himalayan areas. It's very mountainous. But they would fit in well up here. They would blend in well, I should say. Okay. So we're creating those fish. And we can just create regular object now of just like fish. We could actually do I want to do tuna? No, tuna's too like oriental. Just do regular fish, that would be fine. No second object though. And regular fish should spawn properly. We're going to place it on DLC Water 5 though. And this is really light colored water. I want the water to look light because the lighter the water is, the colder it feels. You ever like seen movies and stuff where they're like in Mexico and they take the camera and they give it this background yellowish look so everything looks hot and dusty and sweaty? They did it with the Titanic movie too, where they intentionally edited the water to be like bluer and lighter, so that it looked colder, but people were freezing. Okay, so this fish is too close to the beach, so we got to tell this fish we got to increase this or decrease the spacing between these shorefish. I'm okay with decreasing the spacing between shorefish. Who cares if there's more shorefish, right? Who cares? You have to chop to it anyway, and it's all the way out here, so it's not going to hugely impact the balance of the game. So to do that, we will decrease temp min distance group placement to something like maybe 5. See if we can do a better job of keeping the deep fish away from the coast. Again, it really does not matter that much. There we go. It doesn't matter because, well, somebody could still walk out here from the ice chunks anyway. But the other reason it doesn't matter is because, again, by the time you get out here, the last thing you're going to be thinking about doing is marching your villagers all the way across the map just to take some deep fish. We will increase this avoidance by 1 and call it good. So we're gonna put a 4 here, and we're gonna put like a 4 here as well. Although this fish doesn't really need it because we're not putting any other objects out here. It's just regular good old fish. Okay, I'm okay with giving lots of fish that's easy to access. Wood is going to be so scarce this game. Wood is kind of like the gold of this game, of this particular map, I should say. They'll probably find a way to exploit it, though, like they always do. Like, hey, look at me. Look at me outsmart tech. Look at what I found that he didn't think about. Oh, they do it all the time. And that's all right. It just makes me better. Okay, well, we'll leave that because, like I said, there you could still have a big old peninsula coming out connecting to the fish. So I don't see it as that big of a deal. So we're gonna have like aquatic. We're gonna call these like aquatic, or we're gonna call them sea and coast objects. Oops. No. So if, oh, sea and coastal objects. So I guess leaving it empty just means it's unconditionally true. All right, fish creation, and then we're going to do rocky coastline creation. And let's just create ourselves some more of these little objects here. Create object, we can put some on grid down, and we're going to be using as a second object, we're going to do rock 2. Now we need to look up what rock 2 is, and we need to define it, but we've already done this actually in a previous map script. So we can just kind of steal that. Rock 2 is 1323, it's right there. But the good news is we don't have to do all this vegetative eye candy. People don't like it anyway. I like it. Okay. So rock 2, and we're creating that as a second object here, just to make sure that we bypass any terrain restrictions. And we're not going to put it on DLC New Shallow, although we could. We're going to put it on DLC Wet Rock Beach. And temp min distance group placement we're going to make like 12. It's not too important. And min distance group placement we're going to make something like, I don't know, 4. So let's see what happens. So we're going to be putting more of this rock 2 down. So we got some rock 2s here. It's a little far away for my taste. I like nice and rocky coastline. So let's dial this down to 8. And then we will also duplicate this, and we will put some on this non-navigable NNGB, navigable gravel beach. Same idea, same thing. And that should give us varying levels of rockiness here. We'll have some rockiness along the coast, and then we'll have a little bit of rockiness in from there. Yeah, I think that's good. It's tough to justify because it doesn't have snow on it, right? So you could believe that maybe a few of them wouldn't have any snow on them, but really all of them, every single rock on this map never got any snow on it, or it all slid off or something by now, or blew off. Not likely. So that's why I don't want to go overboard with it. So let's do Sea Rocks 1 and Sea Rocks 2 now. And I believe that those are predefined. So Sea Rocks 1 and Sea Rocks 2, and yes, they are predefined. So we'll just copy this. Paste here, paste here. And we will do Sea Rocks 1. Sea Rocks 1. Sea Rocks 1. And actually, let's get rid of these two. We don't need that. Well, we do, but it'll be easier this way, trust me. So we'll do DLC New Shallow. and then we'll do DLC Wet Rock Beach. We'll do those two terrains. And we'll copy this over and we'll paste this down here. And then we'll put Sea Rocks 2 down. So we're kind of got a mix, and it's spread between DLC New Shallow and DLC Wet Rock Beach. Not enough space. That's what I was afraid of. So the spacing of these shorefish is such that the sea rocks cannot spawn properly. Because the shorefish, I mean, there's one right there. Because the shorefish are preventing them from spawning. And that and these other rocks right here. So I guess we could dial down those other rocks. Rock 2. And where are we? We're placing on DLC Wet Rock Beach. Their min distance group placement is 4. That is quite high. Let's reduce it to 1 and see what happens. Still not as many sea rocks as I would like. So let us reduce this one from 4 to 2. And actually we can just get rid of it because we're going to give it an actor area. And we're going to say actor area 1, actor area radius of 4, and then avoid actor area 1. So it avoids itself, and then we're going to have these regular fish avoid that actor area as well. Avoid actor area 1. But the rocks aren't going to care. The rocks will just go wherever. There we go. Some proper sea rocks here. But the same avoidance for the deep fish. We could even put some grasses, some reeds out here, but I almost think this area is a little too inhospitable for that sort of thing. Although if pine trees could survive, probably we could get some grasses to survive as well. So we'll sprinkle some. I guess we could try sprinkling some reeds in here. I believe tree reed is 1350. And our second object will be 1350. But I don't expect many of these to get made. There's not a lot of space left over. Yeah, they can't really fit. We'd have to reduce their temp min distance group placement, which we could do. Or increase their temp min distance group placement. Something like 12. Let's go like 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and maybe like make these 9. Try to coax a few little reeds to pop up. Still no. It's just too much stuff. Oh, that's alright. If you feel so strongly about the reads, you can maybe dial back some of the other objects that are there. Oh man, but it is Christmas, isn't it? 2. Let's keep trying a little bit longer. Is that the North Pole in the middle? It's Santa's workshop, Ronald Rage. I don't know if it's the North Pole, but he's got quite the complex here. He's got lots of workshops that you can convert, and they will turn wood, or they will turn gold into wood. Okay, we got a read that shows up. Nice. Just one? Oh, we got a couple more. Okay, yeah, they're showing up now. This is fine. There's not many on this side, but it's okay. It is coming together. It's almost done. We just need to give a lot of neutral gold out here. We got to put down some relics, of course. And neutral gold piles, and then just some simple player assigned resources. And then we'll have a finished map. So we are going to put the relics on the coastline as well. It's because that is the most likely location that cool things would wash up. If you live on a remote island in the northern Canadian wilderness, probably get most of your stuff from the sea. Alright, so we're going to do relic creation. And we're going to copy a lot of what we have for the relics for the lakes random map. Here we go. We can actually copy a lot of this stuff. Oh, actually, really, the stone is it's more important that the stone be near the coastline. So let's grab a lot of this and we'll bring it up here. Stone creation. Oops. Comment a lot of this out. All right. Number of groups, a lot. Number of objects, we'll put them in piles of 4. Set type grouping. Temp min distance group placement of 18 is fine. Min distance group placement of 6 would probably be fine. There's no need to set circular placement because we don't need a min distance to players. We just need terrain to place on that terrain that's sort of our base terrain. Non-navigable gravel beach is what we'll place them on. So we'll see how many we can fit in this manner. But objective is to place them out here. But we might need to modify those neutral stones first. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they are avoiding these rocks by a lot. We probably don't need that avoidance to be so large. But I do like having the stone out here, because it means if you want to cut through and tower rush your opponent, you got to go all the way out here to this stone. So it's quite awkward. So for the rock 2s that we have, that are being placed on non-navigable gravel beach here. There's a min-distance group placement of 4. I'm going to get rid of that. So the stone can literally be right up next to it. And we're going to give this stone a radius of 1, placement radius of 1 or something like that. Let's group placement radius. It's right there. It's literally right in front of me. Okay. And we'll maybe make this 4. Group placement radius of 1. Save it. Yeah, I don't know. Is this a fair amount of stone? Let me know. Let me know what you think. If it needs more stone or less stone. Maybe give it a little bit more stone. What have we spaced? 18 apart. I'll reduce that to 16. Okay. We'll do gold creation next. So create object gold. And there's going to be a lot of it. It's going to be like number of objects 12. Group placement radius of 1. Same temp min distance group placement. And the terrain to place on for this is going to be snow. But I don't want it to be placed on the peaks. But let's just generate it and see where we're at. So as you can see, the gold still gets placed up here, which we do not want to have happen. But we've got lots and lots of gold out here. In fact, I might increase it a bit. So we'll do 12. And I don't think I'm going to give it a group placement radius, just as a little bit more organic. But we are going to avoid forest zone by 2. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a little bit more given how big the gold piles are. Avoid forest zone by 4. All right. There's a ton of gold out here, boys and girls. A ton of gold. All right, but we do need to prevent the gold from spawning up here. So I think what we're going to do is the easiest way would be to come over here to where we're defining the mountaining. And instead of creating snow, we're going to create snow strong. I'm going to place that directly. So now when we generate, this is technically snow strong, So it should not appear up there. And indeed it does not. Because technically it's a different type of snow, even though it doesn't look like it. So the gold is only being placed on regular snow. Okay, we need relics, and then we need wolves. I wouldn't really call this this gold a coastal creation, though. This is more like... so we're going to come over here and we're going to define frontier objects. If frontier objects, and then we'll do end if. Okay. So we're going to create the gold first. We could sprinkle some sheep out here or something. What do you guys think? Sheep might be a little bit of a stretch. Oh, here's some trees that didn't get converted. Oh well, it's fine. Some really cold sheep out here trying to stay warm. We could just put some deer or some ibex. Could be fine too. All right, well, let's make some relics. And we'll give it a lot of the same properties here that our gold has. Copy that. Our gold has a min-distance group placement of 4. That's fine. That's fine. Number of objects is going to be 1. Set scaling to map size. Number of groups, though, is going to be set to 4. So that it's a little bit more controlled. Let's see. Still have quite a few relics for 8 players. You can see that they're scattered around the map. So that's fine. Nothing fancy. But there's a ton of gold. We need to make sure that the conversion rate for gold into wood is better than the market. So market's about 1/5, but we have, in theory, it's 1-to-1 for us. So that could require some tinkering. Okay. Relic creation. Sicilians could be really good on this map because of more efficient farms. Deer creation. Number of groups, as many as possible. Number of objects, I'm going to put 4. We're going to set loose grouping on the deer. That's all fine. Wolf creation. And we're going to put snow leopards in, even if it's not really appropriate. just snow pine tree. Oh, that's right. We needed to do the mountains. The snowy mountains that the Emu Warrior suggested. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Maybe not put too many of them though. DLC snow leopard is what they are. Okay, create object DLC snow leopard, and copy and paste a lot of that in there too. And really the snow leopards are not that important. They're basically just there to guard the stone, so that if you do send villagers out to tower rush, you know, there's a good chance you'll run into snow leopards. And you won't be able to tower rush properly. Oh, big groups of snow leopards. Look at that. That's way too many snow leopards. Maybe only one of them. Otherwise, everything else looks good, though. Plenty of deer, relics, all the resources out here. Yeah, that's fine. It's a fine number of snow leopards. Honestly, it's actually might be a little bit much, but we won't know until we test it. Yeah, no, I can already tell it's too many snow leopards. Let's increase the spacing between the snow leopards to like 18. The Arctic is not without predators. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we need the snowy mountains. Now, I think we might have snow strong out here. We could try it, though. We'll see if we can get some snowy mountains up here. Am I forgetting any frontier objects to be created? I don't think so. So let us just experiment with those. So we're going to define mountainous region. If mountainous region, mountainous objects maybe would be better. It's a little bit more descriptive. If mountainous objects, then do this. Create object, and let's find the mountain now. And there are some snowy mountains. Where are they? Snow Mountain, here we go. So we're going to use DLC Mountain 9. And the terrain to place on is going to be snow strong. We'll leave a lot of this other stuff here. It's fine. But unfortunately, because we have snow strong out here too, the mountains are also appearing out here. Gosh darn it. All right, well, what if we made it snow light? We're running out of snows here. But let's try making that snow light. Not snow white, snow light. And snow light. Okay. If we do that, do we get the mountains to show up here? Does it even look proper? Do the mountains show up somewhere else where we don't want them? Okay, so good. The mountains are showing up in the right places, and they are not showing up here. Good. Does the snow look correct? It does. It looks like good snow. I really wish that this, you know what, maybe we do a little bit of a trick here. Because I would like these mountains to sort of be more on the center of the ridge. Mountain 9. So we'll come back here to where we are doing the mountain layering. And we'll just do snow. But then we'll do snow light on top of snow. Actually, we'll do snow strong first. Okay, and then we'll do snow light on top of that. Snow light. Elevation 7 to 7. So this should help make sure that the mountains appear at the very top of the hill. Yeah, that's better. It's much better. You could do all kinds of embellishments, like you could give these mountains an actor area and then place other rocks or mountains within that actor area. We could do this again, actually, with another type of mountain, perhaps. Mountain 10, DLC Mountain 10. DLC Mountain 10. There we go. Just to give us some variety here. Although I don't think that we'll see them, we could even do like DLC Mountain 11 as well. The third and final snowy mountain. We could give them perhaps a temp min distance group placement of 3. Don't want to make it too small, otherwise you won't be able to walk in between them, and you might need to at some point. Yeah, look at that. You could even put some snowy trees up here if you really wanted to. Maybe just cosmetic snowy trees or snowy bushes. It's up to you. It's, you know, it's your map script. To do that, generally we would do that first, so that they're not affected by this min distance group placement, which is a very powerful attribute. So we would, heck, I'll just do it right now. Create object, DLC, I think it's like snowy bush or something. Let's look it up. Terrains bush. DLC African bush 2. There we go. DLC African bush 2. That's what we want. And it's not going to have any of this min distance group placement shenanigans. It's just going to have a 10 min distance group placement of 3. It's going to be right up there on the snow light with the rest of these mountains. Hopefully it's not blocking them. Oh no! What did we do wrong? We can't put jaguars up there. Oh, we need an underscore here, that's why. And technically they're snow leopards. Oh, look at this. This is quite the incropping here. I don't think I've seen that one before. I don't think it's too unfair, though. The bushes are too dense, though. The mountains can't spawn properly with the density of these bushes. We could increase the spacing a bit. Oh, number of objects is too great, that's why. Oh, what are we doing? We really want number of groups. Well, we have a number of groups here. We don't want this number of objects, though. It's too many. It's too many. There we go. Save it. Maybe the mountains aren't spawning because they don't have space. That's all right. We could solve that problem pretty well. Give them an on-grid placeholder. And then, oh, they're avoiding forest zone, that's why. So we will remove that forest zone avoidance as well. We can get rid of that because we don't need that there. That's the consequence of doing lots of copy and paste. Sometimes things get left over that you actually don't want anymore. We want these mountains to be tucked up right next to the bushes. All right, there we go. We got some bushy mountains here. Could probably put even more bushes down if we really wanted to. Reduce this spacing between the bushes to maybe like 2 or even 1. The mountains should still have space to spawn as long as there's legal space. Nope, not enough space for the mountains that time. Let's see if the mountains have space with the bushes are 2 apart. There's all kinds of tweaking that you can do to make it look absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, there we go. You could give the mountains actor areas. That's probably the best way, to put the mountains down first, give them actor areas so they avoid each other, but so that you can tell the bushes to then crowd around the mountains later. But we're not going to worry about that right now, because we're getting hungry. It's almost time to go to Christmas dinner. But you get the idea. All right, so last thing, player assigned objects. we actually have a lot of player objects left over from a previous map, Random Lakes. So we're going to go and copy that. Let's make sure that we finish everything on time. Here we go. Here are the player objects generation. We can literally copy this entire thing. And we will come up here. And we can place it right here. There we go. Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. And let's just literally just delete everything back here. So yay, we're back to about 200 lines. So we got a lot of resources here. I don't know how many of them we'll actually use. DLC African Bush 2, or some snowy bushes. We know we're going to want those. Sean Bardai. Let's just do regular scout this time. Villagers, town center, some sheep, some really fat sheep too. They've got resource delta of 100. But I think we're going to get rid of everything here except for the deer and the gold. So we'll get rid of the stone. We'll get rid of this secondary gold. We'll keep that deer. Get rid of that stone. We'll get rid of that forage. So not many player assigned resources inside of your wall. That's why you got to break out. Of course, maybe you just want to try to kill your opponent quickly. Who knows? But I don't think that this will spawn. This will result in a good spawn. But maybe it will. It's pretty far away, 12 to 24. There's a chance that some of these existing objects could interfere with that placement. So we're going to bring the gold in by 4. So we're going to go 6 to 8. We're going to do the same with this, so 10 to 20. Maybe more so 10 to 16. Just to sort of narrow that window down. But otherwise, it should work pretty decently. Let's see. Only way to know is to test. Big part of random map scripting is just copying and pasting. Hey, T-Bomber, welcome. Merry Christmas. We're just doing a North Pole map right now. The objects are a little bit crude because we're using standard objects. You could spend a little bit of time beautifying the peaks here, but otherwise I think I'm really happy with how this turned out. Hopefully things are going well at the T-Bomber house for Christmas. I've got Christmas dinner to go to in just a few minutes. But yeah, just give them a big chunk of gold. Give them some stragglers. Give them some fat sheep. Let's check the player's deers. Okay, it looks like the deer are present. Every player is getting deer in this case. It's kind of chaotic, but they're there. And where's this player's deer? Ah, here they are. All right, so let's give those deer a big resource delta. Or we could increase the number of objects. Let's do both. Let's increase the objects from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6. And we'll give them resource delta of 50. So they're a little bit bigger. Just to tweak the amount of food that's available. And pushing deer will be a pretty important skill, or you could mill them. But there'll be 800 food between these sheep. And then let's see, the deer normally have 140, and they have 50 more. That's 190 times a minimum number of, what did I say, 5 to 6. 190 times 5, that's 950 food. So that should be enough food. But the deer are going to be really important. So it'll be very, very aggressive fighting over the deer. And in the future, I might have to do some modifications to make the deer more fair, like to have the deer always be back or something. But this gold is pretty safe, so your resources are pretty safe internally. It really only gets chaotic once you break out into this area with all these extra neutral resources. No berries on the map, though. I mean, it's just doesn't make sense. It's the North Pole. Berries would be frozen over. And I think Franks will do fine anyway. With the amount of stone that's available and how cheap the castles are, and how close together the players are spawning, I don't want Franks to be too powerful. So I think it's reasonable. So, is this number up here right? I have no idea. Let's set it to 20 and then minus 20 and save it. And now let's go and find this in single player and let's test it. And let's see. Is that a good number? Come over here to skirmish. This is always a fun part. We'll just do a simple 2-player test here. Select the map. Okay, custom map. And it's, what did I call it? Arctic Brawl or Polar Brawl or something? Here we go. Polar Brawl. I happen to be Aztecs, whatever, it's fine. Victory is going to be Conquest. There's no need for a regicide mode. And no need to record the game either. No need, well, whatever. Whatever, let's just start. So remember, these monuments in the center convert. Okay, so I have a monument. It's under my control, but nothing's happening. The resources aren't changing. Oh, shoot. Okay. So maybe we need to do this before upgrading. Amount workshop, trickle wood, trickle food. And we should amount workshop trickle stone attribute set to 0 because we want it to be neutral on the stone. We'll do the upgrade command after this. Sometimes the order that you do things can affect it. Okay. So let's try this again. See if our resources are changed. They're not. So let's increase this by 2 orders of magnitude and see what happens. Okay. Still nothing. Hold on a second. Okay, let's try attribute add. Hold on one second. Let's also check one more thing. I think maybe amount workshop trickle stuff changed. Let's check the guide to see if that's true. Oh, looks like it's still true. Amount workshop trickle food, wood, stone, and gold. Okay. So ATTR add. And let's see if this still works. ATTR add. The ATTR add attribute still works. No. Well, we'll test it. Come on. There we go. I've converted the workshop, but my resources aren't changing. Well, the market is going to be really, really bad. Amount workshop trickle should do the trick. But it's not working. Huh. All right, one sec. Check the random map scripting server. Okay. So we need to do the upgrade first. Okay, maybe that's the problem. So upgrade first, and then ATTR add should do something. Let's see. Let's go find it. Okay, we found it. Again, nothing happening. That is bizarre. Shoot. Game just crashed. All right, unfortunately, I don't have time to restart it. But I think I just have to make a minor modification. I'm not sure why it's not working. Let's restart it for the good of the content. I may have technically a few minutes. I'll just charge out the door. Wait. It got changed to amount building, I think. So in here it's amount workshop, but I think it was recently changed to amount building. Zentinus needs to update his guide. Why do they do this to me? Alright, effect amount. Let's just leave this as it is. And we'll generate this real quick and make sure that the resources change when you convert the monument. And then I'll make the adjustments at the last minute. I can't give up. It's Christmas. Even though I'm technically going to be a little bit late, but that's fine. All right. Convert the workshop, and nothing is happening still. Amount building, trickle wood. Yeah, I don't know. Special, so Battle Workshop should be 1647. 1647. And the special building is 826. We'll call it Battle Workshop. Just make sure our definitions are all correct. Battle Workshop. It's the only place that we put that. All right, let's try restarting. Man, this really should work. This is really bothering me. I might need a Christmas miracle. Aha! There we go. Perfect. Now, it also happens to be giving me food, which is not right. But this is progress. All right, so we have to use the right unit, number 1. Trickle food, attribute set. Should be set to 0. Effect amount. Mod resource. ATTR set. Maybe set it to like 2000. Set. Let's see if we can do sets. I don't want to add or subtract anything. We'll do 2000 for now so it's more visual. And another important question is, actually these are both trickling upward. Oops. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay. Let us restart. Now that I've set it to a negative number. All right, let's go convert that monument again. Okay, the food is moving and it should not be. There's no reason for the food to move like that. The gold is increasing, and the wood is increasing as well. The stone isn't going anywhere. Amount building trickle stone. ATTR set to be equal to 0. I don't know. I really do have to go, though. So I'll have to dig into this next time. But we can't have the buildings giving so many resources. That is not fair. I guess we could try changing this back to workshop. Because maybe workshop still works somehow. It's worth trying. It's something that I can think of. Workshop. There we go. And maybe the fact that it still is referenced in Zetnus's guide means it still does something or works a little bit differently. Okay, so that works a little bit more the way that I expected then. The wood is skyrocketing, but the gold isn't going anywhere. Because it doesn't look like you can give it a negative number. So let's restart. And let's see if a more reasonable number affects it still. But I don't think it does. So the workshops still give a lot of wood. I forget what it is, if it's like the amount of wood per second or what the deal is. So we'll set it to 0. We'll set this equal to 2. We'll restart it. And we'll come and capture it. Okay, and even that is very slow. So I can see why we would want to do effect %. Attribute set to 1. And then we could do effect % mod resource amount workshop trickle wood, and then we could do attribute add, and we could do like 20, and we could cut it to 20% of half of what it is right now. So it grows slowly. It grows even faster in that case. So I think that we will decrease this to 5, so it's a quarter of that speed. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a guard state. For now, unless I can figure out another way. Guard state won't scale with guard state. Okay, object type, resource delta, and flags. So we're going to have guard state, copy this, paste here, and we're going to do battle workshop, amount gold, and I think that that's all that we want. Activate a guard state on the king to make a map regicide even in other game modes. Slowly drain a player's food if they do not control the monument. There we go. So we want amount gold, and we want 5, and then we want to add flag 6 there. Actually, no. We want 2, flag number 2. So amount gold minus 5, and then 2. So we'll restart it real quick. This isn't ideal though, because the guard state doesn't scale with the number of workshops. But we can at least make it sort of competitive. It will make it more interesting, but I would like your amount of investment, you know. You get drained the same amount of gold regardless of how many workshops you control. But you get more wood for controlling more workshops. So this isn't even draining the wood the gold very slowly. Yeah, let's do minus 50. I think flag 2 is the correct flag. A resource trickle of the resource type. Okay. Alright, come here. Okay, so we're getting the wood, but we're not losing gold. Come on. Take that workshop. Oh, for God's sake. Please. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's maybe it needs to be called special building. Because technically that's what it is, right? It's not the workshop. I have to go. Please work for the quality of the content. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Big money, big money, big money. Ah, there we go. All right, perfect. You go bankrupt really quickly, but we'll make sure that we get these numbers right before releasing the map. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We've demonstrated everything that we wanted to do. We've made Santa's Workshop. It's a pretty wild, crazy place where you can trade wood for gold, and we've got this really gold-rich, heavy Arctic map. I'm looking forward to playing this with you guys. I don't know if it'll be later today, but thank you so much to everybody who tuned in and watched. We finally got this mechanic working. I am super late. I am out of here. See you guys. Love you all, and Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for being here.